The Atrocities of Islam Against Jewish, Christians, and Others by Dr. A. Ahmed. The Prophet Muhammad would not tolerate anyone criticizing or disagreeing with him. He prescribed the death penalty for anybody who dared to speak a word against him. He wasn't different from the Saudi crown prince Mohammed bin Salman, who ordered the assassination of the Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi in Istanbul because the latter criticized the royal family. Throughout the history of Islam and until today, Muslims have killed anyone who dares to speak against or make fun of their prophet. This brings to memory the brutal onslaught of the 12 French journalists of Charlie Hebdo, who republished the Danish cartoons of Prophet Muhammad. On the contrary, Christians, Jewish, Hindus, and Buddhists do not kill people who criticize or mock the founders of their religions. Muslims' intolerance towards their opponents or those who criticize their faith is deeply rooted in the character of their fanatic prophet. It is a prerequisite and imperative for being a true Muslim that every believer is required to imitate, defend, and offer his life for the Prophet Muhammad. Muhammad's biography is full of cruel murders of people who dared to criticize him. Men and women who were murdered because they criticized the Prophet of Islam. The murder of Asma bint Marwan. She was of Bani Umayyah ibn Zayd. Asma was the wife of Yazid ibn Zayd ibn Hassan al-Khatmi. She used to revile Islam, offend the Prophet, and instigate the people against him. She composed verses in which she criticized the Prophet. Muhammad had sent Umar ibn Adi to go and kill her. Umar came to her in the night and entered her house. Her children were sleeping around her. There was one whom she was suckling. He searched for her with his hand because he was blind and separated the child from her. He thrust his sword into her chest until it pierced up to her back. Then he offered the morning prayer with the Prophet at Al-Madinah city. The apostle of Allah said to him, "Have you slain the daughter of Marwan?" He said, "Yes. Is there something more for me to do?" The Prophet Muhammad said, "No two goats would butt together about her." This was the word that was first heard from the apostle of Allah. The apostle of Allah called him Umar al-Basir, the seeing Umar. Quoting Ibn Sa'ad's Kitab al-Tabaqat al-Kubra, volume 2, pages 30 to 31. The murder of Abu Ifk. He was a man of great age, reputedly 120 years old, and was killed because he lampooned Muhammad. The deed was done by Salim ibn Umar at the behest of the Prophet, who had asked, "Who would deal with this rascal for me?" The killing of such an old man moved a poetess, Asma bint Marwan, to compose disrespectful verses about the Prophet, and she too was assassinated. Then occurred the Sariya raid of Salim ibn Umar al-Amri against Abu Ifk, the Jew, in the month of Shawwal at the beginning of the 12th month from the Hijrah, the migration from Mecca to Medina in the year 622 AD of the Apostle of Allah. Abu Ifk was from Bani Amr ibn Auf and was an old man who had attained the age of 120 years. He was a Jew and used to instigate the people against the Apostle of Allah and compose satirical verses about Muhammad. Salim ibn Umr, who was one of the great weavers who had participated in the Battle of Badr said, I take a vow that I shall either kill Abu Ifk or die before him. He waited for an opportunity until a hot night came and Abu Ifk slept in an open place. Salim ibn Umar knew it, so he blessed the sword on his liver and pressed it until it reached his bed. The enemy of Allah screamed, and the people who were his followers rushed to him, took him to his house, and entreated him. Kitab al-Tabaqat al-Kubra, Ibn Sa'ad, Volume 2, page 31. The murder of Kinana ibn al-Rabi'a, who had custody of the treasure of Bani Nadir, was brought to the apostle, who asked him about it. He denied that he knew where it was. A Jew came, Al-Tabari says, was brought to the apostle and said that he had seen Kinana going around a certain ruin every morning early. When the apostle said to Kinana, do you know that if we find your treasure, that you have it, I shall kill you? He said, yes. The apostle gave orders that the ruin was to be excavated, and some of the treasure was found. When he asked him about the rest, he refused to produce it. So the apostle gave orders to Zubair ibn al-Awwam and told him, torture him until you extract what he has. So he kindled a fire with flint and steel on his chest until he was nearly dead. Then the apostle delivered him to Muhammad bin Muslima, and he struck off his head. Ibn Ishq, Sirat Rasulallah, biography of the Messenger of Allah, page 37. After killing him, Muhammad raped Kinana's wife. On the same day, he murdered her husband, brother, and other relatives. Safiya bint Huway, who was Kinana's wife, was weeping when the alleged prophet of God was raping her inside his tent. The chicken Muhammad needed a bodyguard to protect him from Safiya while he was raping her. His biography mentioned that Abu Ayyub al-Ansari guarded him with a sword in his hand. In the morning, Abu Ayyub said to Muhammad, I'm scared she might kill you because you have killed her relatives, and she is still kafira, or an infidel Jewish woman. The assassination of Fartana and Qurayba. They were two singers and slave girls of Abdullah ibn al-Khattal. Prophet Muhammad said, kill Fartana, a slave girl of Abdullah ibn al-Khattal, because she used to recite poems insulting Muhammad. Muhammad also said, kill Qurayba, a slave girl of Ibn al-Khattal, because she used to recite poems insulting him. Ibn Hisham, Ibn Ishaq, Alfred Guillaume, translator, The Life of Muhammad, a translation of Ibn Ishaq's Sirat Rasulallah, page 550. Some Islamic tradition mention that Fartan and Qurayba were Jewish girls. The cruel assassination of Kirfa. She was the chief leader of the Arab tribe of Bani Fazara. Her real name was Fatma bint Rabi'a. She composed poems and criticized the Prophet Muhammad. Muhammad sent his adopted son Zayd and ordered him to capture Kirfa and kill her. According to Muhammad's biographers, she was a very old woman, wife of Malik. Her daughter and another were also taken. Zayd ordered Qais to kill Kirfa, and he killed her cruelly by putting a rope between her legs and tying it to two camels and driving them until they rent her in two. Sirat ibn Ishaq, quoted by Ibn Hisham, page 980. According to Al-Tabri, Allah's messenger sent Zayd to Wadi al-Qura, where he encountered the Bani Fazara. Some of his companions were killed, and Zayd was carried away wounded. Ward was slain by the Bani Badr. When Zayd returned, he vowed that no washing should touch his head until he had raided the Fazara. After he recovered, Muhammad sent him with an army against the Fazara settlement. He met them in Wadi Qura and inflicted casualties on them and took Qirfa prisoner. He also took one of Qirfa's daughters, and Abdullah Bani Masa'ada prisoner. Zayd ibn Haris ordered Qais to kill Qirfa, and he killed her cruelly. He tied each of her legs with a rope and tied the ropes to 2 camels, and they split her in 2. History of Al-Tabari, volume 8, pages 95 to 97. 8 men were tortured and cruelly killed by Prophet Muhammad. Narrated in Anas bin Malik, a group of 8 men from the tribe of Ijil came to the Prophet, and then they found the climate of Medina city unsuitable for them. So they said, "O Allah's apostle, provide us with some milk." Allah's apostle said, "I recommend that you should join the herd of camels." So they went and drank the urine and the milk of the camels as a medicine till they became healthy and fat. Then they killed the shepherd and drove away the camels, and they became unbelievers after they were Muslims. When the Prophet was informed by a shouter for help, he sent some men in their pursuit, and before the sun rose high, they were brought, and he had their hands and feet cut off. Then he ordered for nails which were heated and passed over their eyes, and they were left in the Hara, a rocky land in Medina. They asked for water, and nobody provided them with water till they died. Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 4, book 52, hadith number 261. Muslim scholars tried to find justification for the brutality of their heartless prophet. Some of them claim that Allah rebuked the prophet for his excessive cruelty. After that cruel torture and murder of those 8 men, Allah himself supposedly rebuked Prophet Muhammad for his excessive brutality and allegedly sent down Surah number 5, verse 33 to 34 as a future corrective, prescribing the precise punishments that were to be meted out for such crimes. The text prescribes the following: the punishment of those who wage war against Allah and his apostle and strive to make mischief in the land is only this, that they should be murdered or crucified, or their hands and their feet should be cut off on opposite sides, or they should be imprisoned. This shall be as disgrace for them in this world, and in the hereafter they shall have a grievous chastisement, except those who repent before you have them in your power. So know that Allah is forgiving, merciful. Surah Al-Ma'idah 5, verses 33 to 34. Narrated Abu Zinad, when the apostle of Allah, peace be upon him, cut off the hands and feet of those who had stolen his camels, and he had their eyes put out by fire-heated nails, Allah reprimanded him on that action, and Allah the Exalted revealed the punishment of those who wage war against Allah and his apostle and strive with might and main for mischief through the land is execution or crucifixion. Sunan Abu Dawud, book 38, hadith number 4357. Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim recorded that Abu Gilaba Abdullah bin Zayd al-Jarami said that Anas bin Malik said, 8 people of the Ijil tribe came to the Messenger of Allah and gave him their blade to follow Islam. Al-Madina's climate did not suit them, and they became sick and complained to the Allah's messenger. So Muhammad said, go with our shepherd to be treated by the milk and urine of his camels. So they went as directed, and after they drank from the camel's milk and urine, they became healthy, and they killed the shepherd and drove away all the camels. The news reached the Prophet, and he sent men in their pursuit, and they were captured. He then ordered that their hands and feet be cut off, and it was done, and their eyes were branded with heated pieces of iron. Next, they were put in the sun until they died. This is the wording of Muslim, Sahih Muslim. In another narration for this hadith, it was mentioned that these people were from tribes of Ijil or Orina. Another narration reported that these people were put in the Hara area of Medina, and when they asked for water, no water was given to them. Allah said, they shall be killed or crucified, or their hands and their feet be cut off on the opposite sides, or be exiled from the land. Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. Two important observations in this excessive cruelty and vicious murders are: first, Muhammad teaches that drinking camel's urine is a medicine, and second, the new corrective prescribed punishment of Allah, who is supposedly more compassionate than his cruel prophet. Firstly, Muslims follow the teachings of their prophet until today, and in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and other Middle Eastern countries, camel's urine and camel's milk are sold side by side in stores. Recently, an Egyptian female scholar earned her doctorate in zoology, specializing in the importance of the camel's urine. Secondly, Allah is described in the Quran as the most merciful and the most compassionate, and yet supposedly corrected his prophet and prescribes crucifixion as a more merciful death than leaving tortured people to die of extreme heat and thirst. Nevertheless, it is universally accepted fact that crucifixion is the most painful and slow death ever invented by mankind. Sometimes the crucified people could remain alive for 3 days, suffering in indescribable agony every second and every minute while they were hanging in their crosses. Romans used crucifixion to inflict severe punishment on people who committed hideous crimes. Only foreigners and slaves were crucified. Roman law exempted Roman citizens from that cruel kind of punishment, no matter what crimes they had committed. The Lord Jesus Christ was crucified by the Romans because he was a foreigner, a Jew, while the Apostle Paul was beheaded because he was a Roman citizen. Today, ISIS, the Islamic Caliphate, follows the teaching of the Quran, Surah Al-Ma'idah 5, verses 33 to 34, and crucifies criminals and enemies, and then posts videos on the internet showing how those people suffer for days on their crosses. The massacre of Bani Qurayza. The main reason for the slaughter of the Jewish tribe of Bani Qurayza was to get rid of the last Jewish tribe in Medina city. Muhammad accused them of breaking their treaty with him by planning to open their garrison for the allied Meccan tribes to attack the Muslims at the Battle of the Ditch. However, Al-Qimni, Sayyid Mahmud Al-Qimni, an Egyptian scholar, proved that the Jewish were innocent of such an accusation. Muhammad was the one to be blamed for breaking the treaty. The Prophet said, if anyone hears and obeys, should not be reform his Asr prayer except if in Bani Qurayza. Quoting from Al-Tabri, Al-Tarikh, page 591, Al-Bayhaqi narrates that the Prophet went out and passed by some people of Bani Qurayza and asked them, is there anyone who passed by you? They said, Dahi al-Kalb passes this way, riding on a beautiful horse. Dahi al-Kalb was a very handsome young Muslim man. The Prophet Muhammad claimed that whenever the angel Gabriel appeared to him, he appeared in the form of this handsome young man. The Prophet replied, that is not Dahya, but the angel Gabriel, peace be upon him, sent to Bani Qurayza to shake them and put fear in their hearts. Quoting from Al-Bayhaqi, Al-Dalail, page 9. The dialogue between the Prophet Muhammad and the frightened Jews of Bani Qurayza was narrated jointly by Ibn Kasir, Al-Tabari, and Al-Bayhaqi as follows. Prophet Muhammad, O brothers of monkeys and pigs, following the example of their Prophet Muhammad, Muslim preachers and scholars until today refer to the Jewish and Christians as the brothers of monkeys and pigs. The trembling Jews replied from the inside their garrison, O Abu Qasim, you have not been a bad man. Quoting from Ibn Kasir, Al-Bidayah, Nihaya, page 120. The Prophet called out to them, O brothers of monkeys, does Allah disappoint you and send you his curse? The Qurayza people understood the message and replied in fear, O Abu Qasim, you have not been an ignorant man. Quoting from Al-Bayhaqi, Al-Tarikh, page 582. The Jews of Banu Qurayza continued to plead with the Prophet Muhammad and beg him to send them one of their allies, a man by the name of Abu Libaba ibn Abdul Nazir al-Awsi. When Abu Libaba entered their garrison, the men rose, the women wept, and the children cried to him. When he saw them, he beat them. They said to him, O Abu Libaba, do you think we should go out for the judgment of Muhammad? He said, yes. And then he passes his finger across his neck, which means the slaughter. Then their leader, Ka'b ibn Asad, said to the people, let us follow Muhammad and believe in his religion. They replied, we will not leave the judgment of the Torah of Moses forever. He said to them, then let us kill our children and women and go out to Muhammad. They said, shall we kill these harmless children and women? What is the good of life after them? Quoting from Al-Tabari, page 583. Finally, the men of Banu Qurayza decided to go out and meet Muhammad, hoping that the other Medinian tribes would intercede with the Prophet and request him to send them with their women and children out of Yathrib city, as he did before with the other two Jewish tribes. As soon as the Jewish men emerged out of their garrison, the Prophet ordered his men to bind them with ropes and march them into long queues. Quoting from Al-Tabri, Al-Tarikh, page 583. Then the Prophet asked his men to dig many ditches inside the city. After so many bleedings from the leaders of the Medinian tribes of Al-Aus wal-Khazraj, Muhammad agreed that Sa'ad ibn Mu'az should decide the fate of the Jewish. Quoting from Al-Tabri, page 586. Al-Tabri narrated that Sa'ad ibn Mu'az was dying during the siege of the city. An arrow hit his hand and caused it a cut on one of his nerves. The Prophet tried to heal him by hitting a nail and burning the nerves. In doing that, Muhammad thought the bleeding would stop. However, the burning nail worsened the cut and caused the nerve to swell. When the Prophet repeated the same treatment, the nerve exploded. In his dying state, Sa'ad was carried to the Prophet. When Muhammad saw him, he ordered the Jews to stand to their master. When Sa'ad was put down by his carriers, the Prophet asked him to judge them. He said, I judge on them that the men should be put to death, their wealth divided, and their women distributed as jawari among the Muslims. The Prophet said to him, you have judged on them with the judgment of Allah that has been given to you from 7 heavens. Quoting Al-Tabari, Al-Tariq, page 586. The horrifying slaughter was described by Al-Tabari as follows. They brought first the enemy of Allah, Huyay ibn al-Akhtab, while his hands were bound to his neck by a rope. When Huyay saw the messenger of Allah, he said to him, I swear by God, I have never blamed myself for your enmity. And then he sat down and his neck was beheaded. The number of those Jews who have been slaughtered from Bani Qurayza that day is over 900 Jewish. Even the small male children were being killed. The cruel punishment of the so-called harlots of Hadramaut. The death of the Prophet Muhammad was celebrated joyfully by 26 noble women in Hadramaut, a city in Yemen. They were extremely glad that that Arab tyrant, a murderer who deprived them of their sons and husbands, at last had died. Muslim historians call them the harlots of Hadramaut. The celebration is narrated by Ibn Habib al-Baghdadi in his book Kitab al-Mahabir. There were in Hadramaut 6 women of Kinda and Hadramaut who desired the death of the Prophet of God. They therefore, on hearing the news of his death, dyed their hands with henna and played on the tambourines joyfully. To them came out the harlots of Hadramaut and did likewise, so that some 20-odd women joined the 6. Ibn Habib contradicts his statement that the women were harlots when he describes them as 2 were grandmothers, 1 a mother, and 7 were young girls. 3 of the 12 belonged to the Ashraf, the noble class, and 4 to the tribe of Kanda, a royal tribe which provided Yemen with its kings. 2 Muslim leaders wrote to Caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq and reported the event. When the news reached the first Caliph Abu Bakr, he wrote back ordering that the hands of the woman should be cut off. The 2 righteous servants of God who remained steadfast in their religion when the greater part of their tribes apostatized have written to me that before them there are certain women of the people of Yemen who have desired the death of the Prophet of God, and that these have been joined by singing girls of Kinda and prostitutes of Hadramaut, and they have dyed their hands and shown joy and played on the tambourine in the defense of God and contempt of his rights and those of his prophet. When my letter reaches you, go to them with your horses and men and strike off their hands. Following the order of the Caliph, the 26 women of Yemen were punished in a gruesome manner by having their hands chopped off. Those brutal tortures and murders of those who disagreed with or criticized the Prophet Islam show how Muhammad didn't accept criticism. Muslims in Western countries hide those horrific slaughters and falsely claim that Islam is the religion of peace, love, and tolerance, and their Prophet Muhammad has been sent as mercy to mankind. Through the above mentioned Islamic narratives, which are found in the authentic religious texts of Islam, the Quran, the Hadith, and the Prophet Muhammad biographies, we have proven that the founder of Islam was an opportunist, child abuser, kidnapper, adulterer, womanizer, liar, cheater, immoral teacher, raider, invader, murderer, torturer, impostor, and above all, false prophet. According to the Egyptian Muslim scholar Dr. Rajab al-Sarjani, Islam is the last message of God, in Arabic called Allah, to mankind. Allah God orders Muslims to spread this message with their swords and spears all over the world. Allah knows that everywhere people would stand against Muslims and with their swords and spears prevent them from coming to their lands and spreading Allah's final message. Muslims have to fight them, kill them, possess their properties, women, children, and occupy their lands and spread Islam. Based on this, Muslims have believed that Allah orders them to invade other countries to take the peoples of those countries from the worship of human beings and idols to the worship of their Lord and Creator Allah, from the injustice of other religions to the justice of Islam, and from their suffering in the world to the happiness of the world. According to the Quran, Muslims are the best community ever created by Allah. See Surah 3, verse 110. The Prophet Muhammad explains why the Muslim community are called in the Quran the best community. Narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, the verse, "You are the best of peoples ever raised up for mankind," means the best of people for the people, as you bring them with chains on their necks till they embrace Islam. Sahih al-Bukhari. So the Muslim community, according to the Prophet of Islam, is the best community because they invade other countries, fight and kill men, and put some of them along with their women and children in chains until they embrace Islam, and hence save them from spending their eternity in hellfire, and instead securing for them a blessed paradise with the beautiful virgins and rivers of wine. No doubt people would resist, and Muslims must force them to submit to Islam for their good. Non-Muslims have no choice except to accept Islam or get killed by Muslim invaders. According to Dr. Rajab al-Sarjani, most countries touched by Islam have been encountered the sword. The entire Persian Empire, which today is Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan, was invaded and claimed by the sword and became Muslim. Also, the great Muslim Ghazi or invader, Tamerlane, invaded Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Tajikistan, and reached up to Moscow. Through the sword, they also, Muslim, invaded, conquered, and captured the Sham, the Levant or a Fertile Crescent. Today Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, Israel, parts of South Turkey, Anatolia, and Asia Minor, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, Constantinople. Today, Istanbul in Turkey was opened, invaded, and captured through jihad in the way of Allah. All of Eastern Europe was opened in jihad in the way of Allah and remained Islamic countries for centuries, such as Greece, Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, Yugoslavia, Yugoslavia, Cyprus, Malta, including Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Kosovo. All of North Africa was opened through jihad, beginning in Egypt, then Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Sudan, Mauritania, Western Sahara, and Western and Central Africa. Through jihad, Muslims also invaded it, and Andalusia, the Iberian Peninsula, today Spain and Portugal, and reached South France. They also invaded the subcontinent of India, today India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Burma, also called Myanmar, and Sri Lanka. 80 million Hindus were slaughtered by the Muslim Mughals during the Islamic invasions of India. The sword of Islam reached China. Dr. Rajab al-Sarjani said, many Muslims today are ashamed to admit this fact of spreading of Islam through the sword. According to him, only a few countries such as Malaysia and Indonesia, which Islam came to them through trade. The Prophet Muhammad fought 29 battles, most of them against the pagan Arabs who lived in South, East, and Central Arabia, which used to live outside the Byzantine Empire. He made 2 attempts to invade the Levant, today Turkey, Greece, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, Cyprus, Israel, or Palestine. But both attempts were frustrated by the Byzantine army and their Christian Arab allies. His first attempt was a small army of 3,000 fighters. The Prophet Muhammad informed his troops that Allah had promised them possession of the treasure of the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire. To fulfill this promise, the Prophet sent his military commander, Zayd ibn al-Haris, former Zayd ibn Muhammad, with 3,000 soldiers to Syria to invade the Roman Empire, and the Prophet knew exactly what they were going to face and what would be the results. Al-Qimni, quoting Ibn Kathir, page 241. Muslim historians and commentators refer to the Byzantines as Romans. When the Emperor Heraclius of the Romans heard about the approaching army, he came himself to meet those who dared to come near the boundary of his kingdom, empire, with 100,000 Romans and 100,000 allied Arab tribes living near his border. The huge army of Heraclius killed the 3 leaders of the invading army and many Muslim soldiers. As we mentioned, Zayd ibn Muhammad was among those Muslim Mujahideen leaders who were cut into pieces by the swords of the Romans. When Khalid ibn al-Walid saw the defeat of the army, he took the flag of Islam, withdrew with the remaining soldiers, and fled to Medina. At the gate of the city, the people threw sand on the returning soldiers, and rebuked them for fleeing from battle. Al-Qimni, page 470. Nevertheless, the Prophet corrected the people and told them, they have not run away, but they withdraw for the time being. Al-Qimni, page 470. The words of the Prophet revealed that he was still insisting on the invasion of the Romans and Caesar. After some time, the Prophet himself went to invade Syria with 30,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses. Al-Qimni, page 532. When the Muslim troops reached the border of the Roman Empire, Byzantine Empire in Syria, and Heraclius, the great leader of the Romans, gathered a huge army at Homs city, Amesa, to meet them. The Prophet Muhammad changed his mind and returned to Yathrib, Medina. Quoting Ibn Kasir, page 178, and Ibn Sidanas, page 277. To find justification for the cowardly withdrawal of the Prophet without meeting the Romans, the narrators of the Sirah, biography of Muhammad, blame the Jews for a conspiracy. According to Al-Bayhaqi, the reason which led the Prophet to go to the Romans was a Jewish conspiracy, but Allah saved him from that conspiracy. The conspiracy was revealed to the Prophet through the angel Gabriel when he reached Tabuk, and hence he cancelled the invasion and returned to Medina city. Al-Qimni, page 533. See Quran, Surah Al-Isra 17, verses 76 to 77. Therefore, the promise to conquer the Romans and possess their lands, treasures, and women had not been fulfilled at the time of the Prophet. The Prophet said to his followers, invade Tabuk, you would possess the daughters of the people of the yellow color and the women of the Romans. One of his leaders, called Al-Jid ibn Qais, said, give us your permission, but do not tempt us with women. Al-Tabari, explaining the verse of the Quran in Surah Al-Tawbah 9, verse 49. The Prophet Muhammad knew that his men became Muslims either through the use of force or for the sake of the war booties, forgetting the women, children, wealth, and property of the non-believers. As we shall see, all the Islamic conquest invasions were motivated by the war booties, especially the women of the infidels. This fact is stated by Dr. Said Al-Qimni in his book, The Wars of the Prophet's State. Before the immigration from Mecca to Medina, the message of Islam was based on a peaceful approach with full freedom of faith. It also admonished the faithful to be patient and wait for their rewards in heaven, where there are virgins of paradise and rivers of wine, milk, and honey. After the immigration to Medina, all the followers of the Islamic community, Ansars and Muhajirun. Ansars were the supporters of the Prophet who lived in Medina, and Muhajirun were those who fled with him from Mecca to Medina. All those were changed into fighters and attackers, a complete state of soldiers and invaders, exactly like the tribe and with its logic. This is after the allegiance has changed from the tribe and its worshipped ancestor to the state, which represents the men of war and blood. Al-Qimni, 2001, page 164. Concerning the change, which brought a sudden increase in the number of the Prophet's followers and led to the victory of Badr, Al-Qimni states, and here is the most dangerous material change which played a significant role in attracting the warriors from the weak tribes after the Prophet's 13-year sojourn in Mecca, inviting people to his faith without much success. At that time, the invitation to Islam postponed the promise of enjoyment and abundance to the everlasting paradise. When it was announced that Allah had permitted the Prophet and the faithful to possess the wealth of the unbelievers, then the solution became an earthly and material fact, with other tempting gains before the weak among the people. This earthly and material gains attracted many weak people to join the army of the new state. Al-Qimni, page 165. Dr. Sayyid Mahmoud Al-Qimni continues. The Islamic army attacked the tribes in the Arabian Peninsula and subjected them by force to its new state after terrorizing them so that they have to join the Medinan alliance. Al-Qimni, 1996, page 235. Al-Qimni gives many examples to show how Muhammad terrorized the Arabs and the Jewish tribes and subjected them by the sword to his new state. The Arabs of Bani Salim, that great tribe, fled from their dwelling places as soon as they heard about the approaching Islamic Mujahideen. They left behind their houses and cattle. The Muslims stayed 3 days in their houses and returned to Yathrib, Medina, with great booty. Yathrib became known as Medina only after the days of the Prophet Muhammad. After his days, Muslims call it Madinat al-Rasul, which means the city of the Messenger of Allah. Before Muhammad fled from Mecca to Yathrib, the city of Yathrib was a Jewish city, just like Khaybar city. Sayyid al-Qimni says that Islam divides the world into two parts. Dar al-Islam, land of Islam, which are the lands of peace and security that include the Muslim countries, and Dar al-Harb, lands of war, which include all the countries of the world that Muslim army can attack anytime, whenever there is a good chance to do so. Al-Qimni, 204, page 190. The obligation of jihad began after Muhammad and his followers fled from Mecca to Yathrib. Our history tells us, resumes Al-Qimni, after the migration of Muslims from Mecca to Yathrib, where the alliances of the Prophet and Bani Hashim from the ableist warriors of the tribes of Al-Khaws and Khazraj, where the Jewish factories of weapons and where the good geographic location, the Muslims started attacking the Meccans and the rest of the Arabs. This happened in the form of organized and continuous invasions and attacks. The first attacking group was led by Abdullah ibn Jahsh, the father of Zainab, the wife who was shared by Zayd and Muhammad, in which he violated the condition of the holy months. The group killed, robbed, and took captives from the Meccan caravan. Those attacks and robberies continued in the Arabian Peninsula until turning to Islamic invasion in other countries of the world. In all their offensive battles, the Muslims were always the attackers except in two battles, the Battle of Uhud and the Battle of the Ditch. Al-Qimni, pages 190 to 191. The Prophet Muhammad always gets fifths of the booty. See Quran, Surah Al-Anfal, 18, verse 41. The share of the Prophet was decided for the first time by his uncle Abdullah ibn Jahsh in his attack on the Battle of Nakhala. That battle in which he violated the forbidden months and captured the booty of the caravan. It was the first blunder for the Muslims. Abdullah ibn Jahsh said, "The fifth in everything we loot is for the Messenger of Allah, and the rest should be divided between us." A Quranic revelation came down after that, confirming what Abdullah ibn Jahsh has decided. Al-Qimni, page 336. Quran, Surah Al-Anfal, 18, verse 41. After the Battle of Badr, it became clear to the Arabs that the attitudes of the Muslims have changed. The Muslims began to go out in ceaseless military campaigns to cut the alliances to Mecca and the inside trade routes, and attacking the tribes in their dwelling places to terrorize to terrorize them so that they should cut their alliances with Mecca and subject them by force to the Islamic State. Al-Qimni, page 238. Said Al-Qimni says Osama ibn Zayd led another campaign to terrorize the Romans, for terrorism is one of the important pillars of Islam and it is means to victory. Al-Qimni, page 192. Through this assertion, Dr. Said Mahmoud Al-Qimni admits that Islam is not only spread by the sword, but it is the religion of terrorists and terrorism. While Osama ibn Zayd preparing his troops to invade the Roman lands, Byzantine Christian lands, the Prophet Muhammad commanded him, attack them in the darkness of the dawn and fall on them, killing and burn them with fire and invade them and return with the booties. Al-Qimni 2004, pages 191 to 192, quoting Ibn Kasir in Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya, pages 139 and 143, and Al-Tabri in Tarikh al-Rusul and Al-Bulugh, page 156. Are these the words of the Prophet of God who supposedly came as a mercy to mankind, or the words of Satan, the devil? Jesus Christ says, the thief, Satan, cometh not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. I am come that they might have life and that they might have it more abundantly. The Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 10. This shows us that the religion of Muhammad is from Satan, and it brings with it stealing, killing, and destruction, whereas the message of Jesus Christ is from God, and with it brings love, peace, and life in abundance. To support his point that Islam is the religion of terror and terrorists, Al-Qimni refers to the Prophet's hadiths in which he said, I've been granted victory through terrorism. I've been sent with the sword between my hands so that no one should be worshipped except Allah. Allah makes my living under the tip of my spear. I've been commanded by Allah to fight and kill people until they bear witness that there is no God but Allah, Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. The Quran also supported it. The sayings of the Prophet in the following verse, O you who believe, fight those who are close to you of unbelievers and let them find in you hardness, and know that Allah is with those who believe in him. Surah number 9, verse 123. After the days of Muhammad, the majority or almost the entire Arabian Peninsula apostatized, except for two cities, Mecca and Medina, and one small town called Al-Taif, and a small village named as Hagar. The general apostasy followed immediately upon the days of Muhammad. The widespread apostasy was a natural consequence of the forcible way that the pagan Arabs were compelled to accept Islam on pain of death. 4 prominent Arab leaders and one powerful woman declared themselves to be also prophets of Allah. One, Musaylama ibn Habib, had 100,000 followers. 2, Al-Asadi had the largest tribe of Bani Asad as his followers. 3, Al-Aswad al-Anasi had 10,000 followers. 4, Tulayha ibn Khuwaylid. And 5, Sajah bint al-Haris, a female prophetess who had also 100,000 followers. Sajah bint Haris was from a Christian Iraqi tribe named Taqlib. She was beautiful, a master of oratory, and poetry, ability to convey verses of prophecies. Saja and her people were forcibly converted from Christianity to Islam. So when she heard about the death of Muhammad, Saja and her people apostatized. Musaylim ibn Habib claimed to be the prophet of Allah many years before Muhammad made the same claim. He had a muazzin, the caller for prayer, and a mosque for praying. Muhammad borrowed many ideas from Musaylama, including the caller for prayer, the muazzin, and the mosque. The huge number of followers of those self-appointed prophets and prophetess led many prominent companions of the Prophet Muhammad to conclude that Islam died with its founder. Most of the companions of Muhammad told the first caliph, the first successor of Prophet Muhammad, Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, to forget about Islam and consider it a story that came to an end with the death of the Prophet. Nevertheless, Abu Bakr as-Siddiq insisted on keeping Islam going and vowed to fight everyone forsook Islam, including those who refused to pay the zakat to him, compulsory tithes. There were two kinds of apostasy. One group flatly rejected Islam because they were forced by the sword to embrace it. And the second group continued to be Muslim but refused to pay the zakat to the new Caliph Abu Bakr. The first group was the majority, and most of them were now following newly self-proclaimed prophets. Abu Bakr made an oath to fight them and quoted a hadith of the Prophet to justify his decision to kill those who either rejected Islam or those who refused to pay the zakat after the death of the Muhammad. The hadith in which the Prophet Muhammad said, "Whosoever changes his religion, kill him." The main reason behind such general apostasy was that 90% of the Arabs were forced by the sword to accept Islam against their wishes. Umar ibn al-Khattab, who would become the second caliph, stood against the decision of Bakr as-Siddiq. He argued that some of those apostates were not truly apostates, but Muslims refused to pay the zakat to the new caliph because they were not consulted when he was chosen. Nevertheless, the new caliph, Abu Bakr, firmly decided to go into major battles with those apostates. His decision began the bloody atrocities committed under the first Islamic wars of apostasy. Caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq prepared 11 warring groups to fight the apostates. He decided to send each group to one apostatized tribe and fight its followers. He knew full well that the Arab apostates were not united under one leadership, and hence fighting them would not be difficult as long as they were fragmented. He first sent one group to fight one of the self-proclaimed prophets. The first group was defeated by the troops of the Prophet Musaylama, and the few survivors fled back to Medina. After that, a second group was sent to fight Musaylama and was defeated too. After his two consecutive victories, Musaylama decided to marry the prophetess Sajjah and merge her troops with his, giving him a fighting force of 200,000 fighters. The prophetess Sajjah accepted the proposal for marriage, but before their marriage, an alliance took place. The Caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq joined all his remaining 9 groups into one single big army and sent them to fight against Musaylama at the famous Battle of the Yamama, which took place in December 632 AD. The United Caliph's army was led by the military genius Khalid ibn al-Walid, known as the only sword of Islam. This Khalid would turn out to be the main cause of the defeat not only of the Arab apostates, but he would destroy the Persian army and turn the entire Persian Empire Muslim. He also would defeat and expel the Byzantine army out of the Levant. Khalid's combined troops were defeated twice by Musaylama's fighters before they won the Battle of Yamama. The victory of Yamama gave the Muslims the upper hand over the other apostatized tribes. After that, Khalid fought 11 battles against the Arab apostates in Yemen, Bahrain, Oman, south of Arabia, south of Mecca, north of Medina, north of the Arabian Peninsula, etc. Many of the apostates were forced back to Islam, while thousands were killed. Those surrendered fighters who refused to renounce their apostasy and re-embrace Islam were killed through beheading, drowning in wells, and throwing them from high mountain cliffs, while many were burned alive. The Islamic Caliphate of ISIS today is doing the same thing to those who are counted apostates among the Syrian and Iraqi soldiers. All the self-proclaimed prophets were slain except the prophetess Sajah. When her fighters were defeated, she repented and returned to Islam. Muslim historians differ about the fate of the prophetess Sajah. According to one source, Sajah claimed to be a prophetess after learning that Musaylama and Tulayha had declared themselves prophets of Allah. Before claiming to be a prophetess, Sajah was a soothsayer. This source said that Sajah had married Musaylama and accepted his claim to be a prophet of Allah. Khalid ibn al-Walid defeated all the apostates of Sajah and then moved and crushed Musaylama and his followers at the Battle of Yamama. Once Sajah learned that Musaylama was defeated and killed, she repented and returned to Islam. Another source put it this way: once Sajah heard about the death of the Prophet Muhammad and the rise of other false prophets, she decided to use her skills and claim the prophethood foretold in the prophecy of Banu Taqlib. She joined forces with Tulayha al-Asadi and Malik ibn Nuwaira and another leader of a big Arab tribe. As she grew in power, Musaylama al-Kadzab, nicknamed by Muslims as Musaylama the liar, invited her to Arabia to consolidate their forces against Islam. According to some reports, they were married, but after a dispute over leadership, Sajah returned to Iraq with her followers. After the defeat of Musaylama al-Kadzab at the Battle of Yamama, Sajah decided to save herself and her people from the killing machine of Khalid ibn al-Walid and his ruthless Mujahideen fighters, and therefore she convinced her people to repent and return to Islam. According to Sayyid Mahmud al-Qimni, the wars of the Caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq were meant to subdue the Arab tribes who refused to accept his caliphate after the death of the Prophet because they had not been consulted, and hence they stopped paying the zakah to him. Umar ibn al-Khattab and some of the companions protested against those wars of apostasy because some of the tribes were still Muslims, and killing them would contradict the hadith of the Prophet in which he said, "I have been commanded to fight all people until they bear witness that there is no God except Allah and Muhammad is a messenger of Allah." Al-Qimni, page 214. Said Al-Qimni resumes, during those wars of apostasy, the caliph's fighters had committed hideous crimes in which some Muslims were drawn in wells, others were thrown from high mountains, and yet others burned with fire. Al-Qimni narrates a story in which the leader of the Muslim troops, Khalid ibn al-Walid, one of the 10 Muslims who had been promised paradise by the Prophet Muhammad, had killed Malik ibn Nuwaira, the leader of the tribe of Bani Yarbu', which a large section of the tribe of Bani Tamim. Khalid killed him because he had a beautiful wife. According to the story, Malik bin Nuwaira and his men informed Khalid ibn al-Walid that they were still Muslims. To prove their adherence to Islam, they told Khalid that they had just finished their evening prayer. Khalid ordered them to surrender themselves and lay down their weapons and promised to negotiate the matter with them. When the members of Bani Yarbu's tribe surrendered themselves, Khalid ordered his Muslim men to kill them all. According to Sayyid Mahmud al-Qimni, Khalid's motive was to kill the leader of Bani Yarbu' tribe, Malik ibn Nuwaira, and take his wife, Layla bint al-Munhal, because she was a very beautiful woman. Khalid slept with the woman on the same night he killed her husband, and in that he disobeyed the Quran because he did not wait for the Iddah time, 3 months and 10 days. When Khalid returned to Medina, Umar ibn al-Khattab met him and said to him, "You have killed a Muslim man and taken his wife and committed adultery with her. I swear by Allah, I would stone you to death." Al-Qimni, page 217. Nonetheless, the Caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq did not consider Khalid ibn al-Walid to have committed murder and adultery, and hence did not punish him. Umar ibn al-Khattab did not accept the decision of Abu Bakr as-Siddiq and said to Khalid ibn al-Walid, "You are the enemy of Allah because you have killed a Muslim man and raped his wife." As we shall see, when Umar ibn al-Khattab became a caliph after the death of Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, he will take revenge on Khalid by removing him from the leadership of the Muslim army in the Levant. For Dr. Sayyid Mahmud al-Qimni, people like Khalid ibn al-Walid and Abu Bakr as-Siddiq should not be given respect because they were not worthy of respect due to their abuses. He further argued that those early wars of apostasy were falsely forged and are taught to Muslim children in school to this day as just wars. Al-Qimni, page 219. Those wars were political and meant to force the tribes to accept the caliphate of Bakr, which was forced on them. In this regard, Al-Qimni's conclusion is half-truth because the majority of the apostates forsook Islam after the death of Muhammad because they were forced by the sword to become Muslims. Al-Qimni continues to say, any Muslim who protested against Abu Bakr's leadership was condemned as an apostate and deserved to be killed, his wife taken, his money stolen, and his children sold as slaves in the slave market. Al-Qimni, page 248. The decision of Abu Bakr as-Siddiq became a horrifying and terrorizing law even today in the Sharia, which takes away the faith of people, condemns them as apostates, reaches their necks, kills them as infidels, exposes their women to rape, destroys their honor, enslaves their children, and robs them of their money and property. Al-Qimni, page 250. No Muslim scholar is prepared to tell the common Muslims that the great companions of the Prophet protested against the Caliph's decision, among whom was Umar ibn al-Khattab. Although Umar retreated from his protest when he declared that, "I saw Allah had put the decision in the heart of Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, and hence I knew it was the truth." Al-Qimni, page 251. Al-Qimni concluded that most of the decisions which had been clothed with divinity and become swords on the necks of the worshippers came as a result of those personal decisions. For example, Al-Bukhari, including his Sahih, some hadiths, rejected some hadiths because his heart told him which were right and which were wrong. Al-Bukhari became divine and the author of divine book, which all scholars agreed is the most authentic book on earth after the book of Allah, the Holy Quran. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq sent another army under the leadership of Amr ibn al-As to the apostatized tribes of Khuza'a and Wadiya and defeated them in the areas of Tabuk and Domat al-Jandal. After all the apostates were defeated and subdued, the Caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq understood that the Arabs might rebel against him again. To mitigate this, he decided to send them out of Arabia on a mission to invade the Persian Empire and the Byzantine Empire. He, more than most, knew and understood that most of them became Muslims singularly for the prospect of war booty, wealth and women of the infidels. Before Islam was invented by Muhammad, the Arabs were warring tribes in attacking and invading each other. They live in an arid desert that had scarcely any means of survival. Therefore, they survive in invading and looting one another. They were following a war maxim which said, Man qalaba salaba, which means the winners of any fight have the right to possess the wealth, property, slaves, women, and children of the losers. Muhammad understood the mentality of his people and hence legalized through a false divine claim the maxim of the Arab tribes, invade and win. In a short time, he used military force and united all the tribes into one single state of Yathrib. As we have seen, after his death, many tribes rebelled but were defeated and brought back by the sword of Islam to the newly founded state of Medina. As we have seen also, the main cause of their defeat was the lack of its central authority and unity. The invasions of the early Islamic State, the Caliphate, were many. The mothers of the Islamic books give detailed description of every battle. Prophet Muhammad said, I've been ordered to fight against people until they say there is no God but Allah, that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, pronounce the Shahada or the Islamic creed. They pray regularly, perform the compulsory Islamic prayer 5 times in a day, and pay zakat, blood money. If they do that, accept Islam, their lives and property are safe. Sahih Muslim, Hadith number 33, and Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 1, Hadith number 387. Below is a copy of the message of the Prophet Muhammad sent to the Julanda brothers, kings of Oman, through the intermediary of his messengers, Amr ibn al-As and al-Sahami Abu Zayd al-Ansari. The message is stated, in the name of Allah, the beneficent, the merciful, from Muhammad, the messenger of Allah, to Ja'far and Abdu, sons of Al-Julunda. Peace is upon him who follows the guidance. Peace be upon the one who follows the right path. I call you to Islam. Accept my call, and you shall be unharmed. I am God's messenger to mankind, and the word shall be carried out upon the miscreants. If you recognize Islam, I shall bestow power upon you. But if you refuse to accept Islam, your power shall vanish, and my horses shall come on the expanse of your territory, and my prophecy shall prevail in your kingdom. Muslims in the Western countries often claim that Islam stands for no compulsion in religion and it is the religion of peace. Are not the life and message of their prophet and his mujahideen fighters contradicting them? As, as we shall, as I shall prove in this speech, as I shall prove in this article, such a claim is false and flatly contradicts the violent message of Islam and how that dreadful Arab religion in a short time has spread all over the world by the sword and through jihad. Narrated by Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle said, being made victorious through terror, and while I was sleeping, the keys of the treasures of the world were brought to me and put in my hand. Abu Huraira added, Allah's apostle has left the world and died, and now you people are bringing those treasures. Sahih al-Bukhari, volume 4, book 52, hadith number 220. Again, the Prophet Muhammad said, I've been sent with the sword between my hands to ensure that no one but Allah is worshipped. Allah who put my livelihood under the shadow of my spear and who inflicts humiliation and scorn on those who disobeyed my orders. Commenting on some verses of the Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah 2 verses 191, 193, Surah Al-Nisa 4 verses 76, 89, 91, Surah At-Tawbah 9 verses 5, 12, 14 and 29, and Surah Al-Anfal 8 verse 39. The Egyptian Muslim scholar Khalil Abdul Karim states, these verses carry serious orders for killing the tribes who refuse, for killing of tribes refusing to believe in the faith that is preached by Muhammad. And from the other side, there are hadiths issued by the Prophet that confirm this meaning very clearly, by which we mean killing anyone who refuses Islam. The Prophet Muhammad said, I've been ordered by Allah to fight the people until they bear witness that there is no God except Allah, Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. If they say they uphold from me their wealth and blood. In plain language, the price of non-compliance for anyone who refuses to witness or utter the two Shahada, Islamic creed, is to lose all protection for his wealth and blood. Accordingly, the killing of one who refuses to utter the two Shahadas is an obligation to every Muslim without exception, whether male or female. The message of Muhammad to all the tribes was, accept Islam and you will be saved. Any tribe or an individual who refused this offer would expose himself to physical annihilations, and his wealth, women, children, and slave girls would be taken by the Muslims. Khalil Abdul Karim, the year 1999, pages 42 to 44. Before his death, the Prophet Muhammad had already made 2 attempts to invade and conquer the Romans, Byzantines. As we have seen, both attempts failed. The first military campaign was led by Zayd ibn al-Harith, which resulted in his death and the defeat of his small army by the superior army of the Byzantines, 3,000 Mujahideen fighters against 200,000 Roman soldiers. The second invasion attempt was led by the Prophet himself. When Muhammad reached the border of the Byzantine Empire, he was frightened to death when he learned about the superior and powerful army of the Byzantines. Instead of admitting their cowardly Prophet withdrawal from the battle because he was scared for his life, Muslim historians invented a different reason. They blamed the Jews for plotting a secret conspiracy to make the Prophet fall into the hands of the Byzantines. They said that the Jews told Muhammad to no prophet of God died before he visited Jerusalem, their holy city. The Prophet Muhammad believed in their promise and acted on it. He marched with 30,000 fighters and 20,000 horses and tried to reach the Jewish holy city. At the border, his way was blocked by 200,000 Byzantine and Arab soldiers. Fearing his life, the chicken Muhammad fled back to Medina. Muhammad wanted it to invade the Byzantine lands for one single purpose, to capture the women of the infidels and possess their lands and properties. And he said it again and again in his hadiths. Muhammad inspired his men to war with the basest of motives, using capture, loot, sex, and gluttonous paradise as incentives. He beheaded captives, enslaved children, and raped women captured in battle. Muhammad said in many places that he has been ordered by Allah to fight men until they testify that there is no God but Allah and that Muhammad is his messenger. This is the most authentic hadith because it is mentioned in 113 reliable Islamic texts. Both Al-Bukhari and Muslims, both Sahih Al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim agreed on it, and that is the highest form of authenticity. Prophet Muhammad used to tame his Mujahideen fighters with the capture of female infidels. Commenting on Surah Al-Tawbah 9, verse 49, Al-Tabari stated, the Prophet Muhammad said to his followers, invade Tabuk, the borderline of the Byzantine Empire. You would possess the girls of the yellow people, blonde girls, and the woman of the Romans, white woman. Al-Jid said to the Prophet, permit us and don't tempt us with women. Commenting on the same surah, Al-Tawbah 9, verse 49, Al-Qurtubi said, when the messenger of Allah, Allah bless him and grant him peace, was preparing for the battle of Tabuk, he said to him, O Abu Wahab, would you not like to have courses of Roman women and men as concubines and servants? He said, O Messenger of Allah, my people knew that I'm very fond of women, and if I see the woman of the Romans, the white girls, I fear I would not be able to hold back. So do not tempt me with them. One of his military leaders, a man by the name of Jid ibn Qais, rebuked the Prophet Muhammad and said to him, do not tempt us with women. Being confronted and exposed before his followers as the being prophet, Muhammad claimed that he had received the above verse from heaven, correcting Al-Jid bin Qais and calling him a hypocrite. See Surah Al-Tawbah 9, verse 49. While Usama ibn Zayd, commander of Muhammad's army, was preparing his troops to commence the invasion of the Roman Empire and capture the lands of the Jewish and the Roman Catholic Christians and the Orthodox Christians, the Prophet Muhammad commanded him, saying, attack them in the darkness of the dawn and fall on them, killing and burn them with fire, and invade them and return with the booty. Ibn Habib in Al-Mahabir, page 117, Ibn Kasir in Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya, pages 139, 143, Ibn Sid al-Nas in Al-Uyun Al-Azraq, page 145, Suhail in Rawd al-Unaf, page 24, Ibn Hisham, page 200, Ibn Hisham, Sirat Ibn Hisham, page 245, and Al-Tabari in Tarikh al-Muluk wal-Rusul, page 157. I've given 6 references to this quotation because Muslims always try to prove that their prophet treated the Jewish and Christian as the people of the book and forbade his followers to attack and kill them. Moreover, they say that Allah has sent Muhammad as mercy to mankind. I believe that even Satan, the devil, might not give such evil commands to his demons as Muhammad commanded his mujahideen fighters to do to the Jewish and Christians. The first rightly guided Caliph Abu Bakr al-Siddiq repeated the same satanic instructions when he sent his Lucifer, Khalid ibn al-Walid, to fight the Arab apostates. Cause them to re-embrace Islam. If they refuse, do not spare any one of them. Burn them with fire and kill them with force, and take the women and children as prisoners of war. Al-Tabari, Part 2, pages 258 and 272. Following the orders of their caliph, Khalid and his fighters killed the surrendered apostates in very cruel ways by beheading some of them, burning others, drowning some in deep wells, and throwing the majority of them from high mountains. As soon as Khalid ibn al-Walid finished the wars of apostasy, the Caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq sent him to begin invading the lands of the Persian Empire in Iraq and the Byzantine Empire in Great Syria, Levant. At that time, the Persian Empire consisted of Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, and many countries in eastern Anatolia and southern Russia. At that time, the Persian Empire was already debilitated by its many wars against the Byzantine Empire. Both empires were not prepared to enter into any major conflict. As we shall see, this factor would contribute to the rapid military success of the Muslim army in its many battles with the Persian and Byzantine armies. In a short period of 25 years, the Muslim state occupied the entire Persian Empire, the Levant, Egypt, and Libya. Khalid ibn al-Walid proved to be a military genius in all his battles with the Persian and Byzantines. According to many historians, Khalid ibn al-Walid had never lost a battle. He was just like Alexander the Great, never defeated in any battle. He was just like as the Prophet Muhammad described him, the only sword of Islam. In one of his early battles, Khalid said to the Persian leader in Iraq, "We come to you with men who love death as your men love life. Therefore, submit to Islam and you will be spared." This statement is repeated today by the fighters of ISIS and other Islamic terrorist groups in every battle they wage, such as Hamas, Hezbollah, Ansar Allah in Yemen, the Houthi rebels, and Boko Haram, Mujahideen, fighters of Muslim Brotherhood, Janjaweed in Sudan, and many more. They always claim to be fearless fighters who love death. This statement revealed two important facts. Firstly, at that time, Muslims were in high spirits of fighting. They loved to fight because they believed that if they won the battle, they would get the force force of the Buddhists, women and wealth of the infidel, and if they died, they would go to paradise and get the 72 virgins and rivers of wine, milk, and honey. Secondly, the Persians were not willing to fight at all. They had to be forced to remain on the battlefields. In one battle, called Zat al-Salasil, the Battle of Chains, the fighting Persians were chained to each other because their leaders knew that they would flee otherwise. Khalid ibn al-Walid fought 16 battles in Iraq against the Persians. Due to his military prowess, he won them all. Every Persian who refused to accept Islam was killed. Many Persians were converted to Islam out of fear of the sword of Khalid. Today, their descendants are the Muslim Iranians and Iraqis. In short time, all the inhabitants of Iraq became Muslims, and the country automatically became part of the newly founded Islamic State of Medina. Later on, the capital of the Islamic Caliphate became Baghdad city in Persia, today the capital city of Iraq. Muslims gained so much weaponry and booties in those battles. Medina was flooded with the loot and women of the defeated Persians and Arabs. Muslim historians proudly mention that at the time of the first Caliph Osman ibn Affan, the people of Medina became filthy rich until the Jariya, female slave or female captive of war, was sold in the slave market in pure gold equal her weight. According to Dr. Sayyid Mahmoud al-Qimni, the pure gold of that highly priced Jariya was looted by the sword from the sweat of a poor Iraqi farmer and hard-working Syrian shepherd boy. In other words, the Muslim Mujahideen, through their habitual raids and invasions, had robbed the cattle, wealth, and properties of the people of Iraq and Syria and became filthy rich. Their main goal wasn't only a religion they wanted it to spread by the sword, but they wanted it to steal and rob the wealth, properties, women, and children of the Persians of Iraq and the Christians of Syria. In one particular battle, Muslims defeated the Persians and captured many women, children, huge blunders, and one big elephant. When the elephant was brought to Medina, the Arab woman, asked their men whether that huge thing was created by Allah or made by human beings. It is just like when the Native Americans saw the European settlers riding on their horses, they wondered how those white people made their dogs so big. When Abu Bakr as-Siddiq saw that Khalid ibn al-Walid won all the battles against the Persians, he decided to send him to invade the Byzantine Empire. Khalid left half of his troops in Persia, took the other half, and moved to Syria with 9,000 fighters. Abu Bakr had already sent an army under the leadership of Abu Ubaidah al-Jarrah. Abu Ubaidah's army had already fought 4 small battles with the Byzantines and won 2 and lost 2. When Khalid arrived in Syria, he took over the leadership of the Muslim army. The Caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq was the one who ordered Khalid ibn al-Walid to be the main leader of the 2 joint Muslim armies in the Levant. Khalid then fought 5 small battles against the Byzantines and won all of them. According to the Muslim scholar Dr. Rajab al-Serjani, Khalid ibn al-Walid fought 11 battles in the Ridda Wars or Wars of Apostasy. He also fought 16 battles against the Persian armies and defeated them in all. In the Alawais battle, Muslims killed 70,000 Persians. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq moved Khalid ibn al-Walid from Iraq to the Sham, Levant, to fight the Romans, the Byzantines. Muslim historians and commentators call the Byzantines the Romans. This is because the Quran calls the Byzantines the Romans. There is one surah in the Quran called Surah Ar-Rum, or the Romans. See Quran Surah the Romans number 30. If the Quran is from God, then why did its author confuse the Byzantines for the Romans? No historian would make such a silly mistake. The first major battle between the Muslims and the Byzantines was called the Battle of Ajnadin in Jordan today. According to Dr. Rajab al-Serjani, there were 100,000 Romans against 33,000 Muslims. Caution: Muslim historians always exaggerate the numbers of the enemy. Before the battle, the Byzantine commander in charge of the battle asked the leader Khalid, "Why do you come to fight against us? Why don't you go and invade Assyria or Persia?" He even proposed to help the Muslims to invade the Persians. Then he resorted to bribery to prevent the battle. He told Khalid that he was ready to pay each Muslim soldier 2 dinars, pair of clothes, pay 10,000 dinars to Khalid and 20,000 dinars to the Caliph Abu Bakr al-Siddiq. Khalid ibn al-Walid rejected the offer and insisted on the fight. He gave the Byzantines 3 choices: surrender to Islam, pay the jizya to the Muslim in pure gold, or the sword, fighting. The Byzantines rejected the first 2 choices and went to battle at Ajnadin. Of course, the Byzantines were not willing to fight, and hence Muslims got the upper hand and defeated them. They killed 3,000 Byzantines. Shortly after that battle, the first Caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq died, and Umar ibn al-Khattab took over the caliphate. The second Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab immediately removed Khalid ibn al-Walid, the so-called Saifullah, or the sword of Allah, and reappointed the former leader Abu Ubaid al-Jarrah instead. Umar justified his decision by saying that he was worried that Muslims began to put so much trust in Khalid rather than Allah. The majority of them were thinking that without Khalid ibn al-Walid, they couldn't win any battle. Although Khalid was removed from the leadership of the army, in reality he continued to be the brains behind any military maneuvers. Abu Ubaid al-Jarrah took no action or made any decisions without consulting Khalid. In the main decisive battle of Yarmouk, Abu Ubaid al-Jarrah disobeyed the decision of the second Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab and stepped aside to give Khalid ibn al-Walid autonomous control. According to another source, the Byzantine king asked Muaz ibn Jabal, "Why do you come to our countries and want to fight against us? Why don't you go and invade Assyria? We can help you to invade and defeat the Persian Empire." Muaz ibn Jabal said to the Byzantine king, "God said we have to fight those who are close to us first, and then we would go to fight those who are far from us." Muaz ibn Jabal based his reply on a verse of the Quran that commands Muslims to fight unbelievers. "O you who believe, fight those who are close to you of unbelievers, and let them find in you hardness, and know that Allah is with those who believe in Him." Surah At-Tawbah 9, verse 123. The Byzantine king offered to give a lot of money and clothes to the Arab Muslims if they agreed to forsake their fight with them and return to their countries. But the Muslims refused and insisted on fighting. The Byzantine army was not ready to go into major battle after the massive battle that was fought against the Persian army, in which it lost half of its military power a mere 25 years ago. Also, the Byzantine Empire lost 1/3 of its population due to the plague, which was known as the Black Death. 30 million people died in that deadly plague. All those factors combined discouraged the Byzantines from fighting the invading army of Muslims and eventually contributed to their defeat in 3 major battles against the Muslims. Battle of Ajnadin, Battle of Al-Fahal, and Battle of the Yarmouk. In the final Battle of the Yarmouk, according to Dr. Rajab al-Sarjani, Muslims killed 140,000 Christian fighters. All the army of the Byzantine consisted of Greek Christians and Arab Christians. Muslims killed only 50,000, and 90,000 jumped to the death of the cliff when they had no place to flee from the killing machine of the Muslim army. Once again, it was Khalid ibn al-Walid who chose the battlefield, and he knew that there was only one way out for the Byzantines if they were defeated. The defeat of the Battle of Yarmouk ended the control of the Byzantine Empire of Syria. The Byzantine Emperor Heraclius accepted the fact that the defeat of his army at the Battle of Yarmouk was God's decision and a result of the sins of the people of the land, including his. Heraclius took to the sea on a ship to Constantinople in the night. It is said that as his ship set sail, he bade a last farewell to Syria, saying, "Farewell, a long farewell to Syria, my fair province. Thou art in an infidel now. Peace be upon you, O Syria. What a beautiful land you would be for the enemy." Battle of the Yarmouk. Emperor Heraclius had correctly interpreted the defeat of his army, the loss of his lands, and the rabid spirit of Islam as the scourge of God. According to most historians, the Arab Christians did not show much resistance to the invading Muslim troops. Some historians went further than that and claimed the Arab Christians gladly welcomed the Muslim Arabs and assisted them in occupying their lands because they were ill-treated by the Byzantine Empire. There was a religious disagreement about the nature of Christ, one nature versus two natures, and that difference led to many persecutions of the Arab Christians by the Greek Christians. During the Muslim siege of the second largest city, Damascus, which was considered the second capital of the Byzantine Empire after Constantinople, the Arab bishop of Damascus helped Khalid ibn al-Walid to enter the city. He informed Khalid that the Byzantine soldiers were having a birthday party of a big military general, and they were fully drunk and spent the entire night in an orgy. Ever helpful, the bishop supplied letters to Khalid and hence assisted him take the city. After the capture of Damascus, only Palestine and Lebanon remained in the control of the Byzantines. Muslim troops went on to lead a siege on Ilya. Jerusalem continued to be called by that name after it had been renamed 7 centuries ago by the Roman Emperor Hadrian. The Emperor Hadrian changed the name of the entire region from Judea, Samaria, and Galilee to Syria Capitolina, and changed the name of the city, Jerusalem, to Ilya. When the city refused to surrender, Muslims used catapults and rained large stones on the city. At that time, only Christians dwelled in the city. Jews were forbidden from dwelling in Jerusalem. Most of them lived in small towns in Palestine. The inhabitants of Ilya agreed to surrender, but they said they would surrender the city only to the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab himself. Umar accepted their demand and came in person and received the keys to the city. When the Christians of Jerusalem surrendered to the Muslims and agreed to pay the jizya, one of their conditions to the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab was not to allow any Jew to dwell with them. Jews were allowed to come and as pilgrims, but not to stay in the city. Nonetheless, the city opened its doors to the Muslims and allowed them to dwell side by side with the Christians. Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab made an unfair pact or a treaty with all the Arab Christians of the Levant and made their religious leaders sign it in every city and town and abide by it. That infamous treaty is known as the Umayyan Pact and continued to be the guiding principle for centuries to come that governs the relationship between the Christians and Muslims. The renowned Muslim commentator of the Quran, Ibn Kathir, commenting on Surah Al-Tawbah 9, verse 29, states, "Paying the jizya by the Jewish and Christian is a sign of kufr, unbelief, and disgrace." Allah said, until they pay the jizya. Surah 9, verse 29. If they do not choose to embrace Islam with willing submission in defeat and submission, Prophet Muhammad said, do not initiate salam, the greeting, to the Jewish and Christians. And if you meet any of them in a road, force him to its narrowest alley. This is why the leader of the faithful, Umar ibn al-Khattab, may Allah be blessed with him, demanded his well-known condition in the Umayyan Pact be made by the Christian. This condition that ensured their continued humiliation, degradation, and disgrace. These are the unfair conditions that the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab forces the Arab Christians to ride and abide by them against their wishes. I'm citing 10 of those unfair conditions which Umar forces the Christian to ride and abide by them against their wills. There are 22 articles. You can find them all on the internet. Article 1. We shall not build in our cities or our neighborhood new monasteries, churches, convents, or a monk's cell, nor shall we repair by day or by night such of them as fall in ruins or are situated in the quarters of the Muslim. 2. We shall give board and lodging to all Muslims who pass our way for 3 days. 3. We shall not manifest our religion publicly or convert anyone to it. 4. We shall not prevent any of our kin from entering Islam if they wish it. 5. We shall show respect toward the Muslims, and we shall rise from our seats when they wish to sit. 6. We shall not mount on saddles, nor shall we guard swords, nor bear any kind of arms, nor carry them on our persons. 7. We shall clip the fronts of our heads. 8. We shall not display our crosses or our books on the roads or markets of the Muslims. 9. We shall not raise our voices when following our dead. 10. We shall not build houses overtopping the houses of the Muslims. Despite those unfair conditions of the Umayyan Pact, still the Christians of the Levant prefer to be under Muslim rule rather than the Christian Byzantine rule. As we have mentioned above, according to Ibn Kathir, the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab made those unfair conditions with the Nasara of the Sham, Christians of the Levant, In fact, the Quran and Hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad never called the followers of Jesus Christ Christian. Until today, Islam addresses them as Nasara. Nasara means the followers of the sect of the Nazarenes, a derogatory name given by the Jews to the early followers of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. The Jews who rejected Jesus refused to call him Christ and refused to call his followers Christian, but called them Nasara. To humiliate, degrade, and disgrace the Nasara, the second Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab forced them to accept those conditions because they refused to accept the prophethood of Muhammad. After the defeat of the Byzantine army and capturing the main two cities in the Levant, Damascus and Jerusalem, two important occurrences took place. The second Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab was killed by a Persian Muslim convert as revenge, and a deadly plague began in a small village in Palestine called Emmaus, which killed 75% of the Muslim soldiers who participated in the jihad at the Levant. The plague killed many soldiers and leaders, including the chief commander of the Muslim armies, Abu Ubaid al-Jarrah. Khalid ibn al-Walid lost 18 of his sons to that deadly plague. He made many Arab, Christian, and Zoroastrian women widows and children orphans. He murdered two leaders and raped their wives on the same day he killed their husbands. He died a broken-hearted man. He continued to lament the loss of his sons, and while he was dying in his bed, he said, "I'm dying as an old sheep camel dies." For the Arabs, that is the worst and the most shameful days. I believe the plague was the punishment of God for the atrocities that Muslim Mujahideen had done in Persia and the Levant. It wasn't a coincidence that the plague started in the village of Emmaus, in which Jesus had a supper with two of his disciples after his resurrection. See the Gospel of Luke, chapter 24, verse 18 to 32. According to the historian Bat Yoer, according to the British historian Bat Yoer, the invasion of Muslims to the Levant region destroyed churches and monasteries. The sacked towns, the fields laid waste, the villages burned down by the Arabs who were overrunning the country. Bat Yoer, the decline of Eastern Christianity to Islam, from jihad to Demitude, London, 1996, page 44. Thousands of Christians died of famine that resulted from those attacks. Michael the Syrian mentioned that Omar sent Khalid with an army to the Aleppo, Halab, and Antioch region. There they murdered a large number of people. No one escaped them. Whatever may be said of the evils that Syria suffered, they cannot be recounted because of their great number. For the Arabs are God's wrath. Michael the Syrian, volume 2, page 421. Muslims interpreted their rapid victories over the armies of the two superpowers at that time, the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire, as divine favor. Nevertheless, historians pointed to many factors which contributed to the quick defeats of the Persians and the Byzantines. The long-lasting wars between those two rival empires exhausted their military powers and financial resources. The Byzantine army was not ready to go into major battle after the massive battle that was fought against the Persian army, in which it lost half of its military power, decimated by a previous battle. Besides, the victory of the Arab Muslims over the Greek Byzantines was facilitated by the enemy within the Arab Christians. Some of the Arab Christians smoothed the progress of the Arab Muslim troops by their unwillingness to resist their advance and by literally helping them through spying and supplying the needed assistance to enter the fortressed cities such as Damascus and Jerusalem. The assassination of the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab. Umar used to warn his soldiers and Umar used to warn his leaders and soldiers and governors not to send any slave or a newly converted Muslim to his capital city, Medina. He feared one of their number, deprived of their wives, children, and relatives, might seek revenge on him. He called non-Arab people al-uluj, which means dirty and unclean people. So in every letter, he ordered his governors to keep the al-uluj out of his reach. Despite his fears and orders, one of the so-called al-uluj managed to reach him and take revenge on him for his family and children. Wikipedia gives us a good introduction to this person who murdered the highest religious authority of the emerging Islamic State, Bears Nahawandi. Beirut Nahawandi, which means Beirut the Victorious. He is also known by Arabs as Abu Lu'la al-Nahawandi. They also call him Abu Lu'la al-Farisi, Abu Lu'la the Persian. He was a Persian soldier who served under the commander Rustam Farrukhzad, but was captured in the Battle of Al-Qadisiyah in the year 636 AD, when the Persians were defeated by the Arab Muslim army of Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab on the western bank of the Euphrates River. After he was brought to Arabia as a prisoner and slave, he managed to assassinate Umar ibn al-Khattab in the Hijra year, or immigration year 23, the year 644 to 645 AD. Abu Lu'lu'a the Persian was one of the men who were taken captive in the city of Nahawand in today's Iran. The Arab Muslims destroyed his house, family, children, and country without them having done any evil to them. After he lost everything, he was taken as a captive to Al-Muqira ibn Sha'ba to work as his slave. For some reason, Al-Muqira sent him to Medina. When he reached Medina, he was grieved to see the captive children of his city and country and other countries filling the streets of the city. He searched with a heavy heart for his children, but could not find them. The crying of those wretched children increased his grief. According to the Muslim historian Ibn Sa'd, Abu Lu'la used to meet the children of captivity, and whenever he saw them, he used to cry and fill their heads with his hands and say, "The Arabs ate my liver." Then he killed Umar as a revenge for what he had done to the captives. Ibn Sa'd, Al-Tabghat al-Kubra, Volume 3, page 271. Abu Lu'lu'a murdered the Caliph Umar inside the mosque during the morning prayer. He pretended to be a Muslim and entered the mosque to pray behind the Caliph Umar. While the Caliph and the rest of the Muslims were kneeling in their prayer, Abu Lula stopped his prayer and moved forward and stabbed the Caliph Omar to death. He stabbed him 6 times in his chest, neck, and stomach. He used a poisonous dagger to kill the devil incarnate, the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab. Abu Lu'lu'a knew and understood that there was nothing that could avenge the evils that the Muslim Mujahideen had done to him, his family, and his Persian people than hitting the serpent on its head. It was the same method and for the same reason that the prophet of Satan, Muhammad, was poisoned by the Jewish captive girl, Zainab bint al-Haris, who sent him to hell before his time. Otherwise, that false prophet would have lived longer and taught more evil teachings against the so-called infidels and misogynistic teachings against women. During the Caliphate of Umar, Muslim Mujahideen, the so-called holy warriors of Allah, invaded many countries and reached from Isfahan in Persia, today Iran, to Tripoli in Libya. In the Islamic year 14, lunar year, Damascus, Homs, Amesa, Balbek, and Al-Basra were invaded and conquered. In the year 15, Syria was invaded, and the Muslim Mujahideen defeated the Romans, the Byzantines in the Battle of Yarmouk, and conquered the Persians in the Battle of Al-Qadisiyah. In the year 16, they invaded Al-Ahwaz and Al-Madan in the Battle of Nawala, and the Persian Empire was defeated and ran away in the Battle of Yazidigard. In the same year, Tikrit in east of Iraq was invaded. Likewise, the Muslim army invaded Qansarin, Halab, Aleppo, Antakya, Antioch, Saroj, and Kirkesa. In the year 18, Gandabasur, Jawan, Al-Rahad, Samesa, Haran, Naspian, Al-Mosul, Mosul, and Al-Jazeera between Iraq and Syria were invaded and looted. In the year 19, some lands of Caesar, the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius, were conquered and captured. In the year 20, the Islamic Mujahideen invaded the western part of Egypt and the city of Tastar in Iran. In the year 21, Alexandria in Egypt, Nahwan in Iran, and Barqa in Libya were invaded. In the year 22, Muslim Mujahideen invaded Azerbaijan, Al-Dinir, Mosbizank, Hazan, Arai, Askar, Qomaos in the middle of Asia, and Tripoli in Libya. In the year 23, in which the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab was assassinated by Beirut the Victorious, the Muslim Mujahideen invaded Kerman, Sajistan, Makran, and Asfahan. In those many bloody battles, thousands upon thousands of innocent people were murdered by the bloodthirsty Muslim Mujahideen. Many women were raped and many children enslaved and sold as slaves in the slave markets. Many houses were burned and looted, and thousands of families were destroyed. The Muslims robbed and looted the treasures of those places and distributed the wealth, women, and children among themselves. It was not a religion that they wanted it to preach, but to rob, enslave, and rape. This reminds us once again of the teaching of the Lord Jesus Christ about Satan, in which he said, "The thief, Satan, comes not but to steal, to kill, and destroy, but I have come to give life, a life in its abundance." The Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 10. If we compare the peaceful preaching and spreading of the gospel of Jesus Christ by his apostles, Peter, Paul, and the others, among the pagans of the Roman Empire and the spreading of the sword of Islam among the Christians of the Byzantine Empire and the Zoroastrians of the Persian Empire. For sure, the above verse of Jesus makes a clear distinction between the work of Satan, killing, stealing, and destruction, and the work of God, giving life, a life in its abundance. It is estimated that during the 5 centuries of the spread of Islam, 270 million people were killed, of whom 80 million were Hindus and 60 million were Christian. To know how much damage and destruction those Muslim shayateen or the devils had done in those countries of the so-called infidels that invaded it, read Al-Tabari in his huge volumes Al-Tarikh or the history and Al-Tabaqat Al-Kubra by Ibn Sa'd. One of those Muslim mujahideen, an Arab man by the name of Muhafiz, narrated one of his experiences in the battles. In the year 60 of the Islamic Hijrah, he participated in the Battle of Jawala in Iran. He said, "We entered the city and I saw a woman like a deer in her beauty, and her face shines like the sun. I took her and her clothes, and she became my Jariya, slave girl." Al-Tabari, volume 4, pages 26 to 27. The aims of those battles and invasions were not only to enslave and rape the women of those conquered countries, but also to loot their treasures. In a few years, the companions of the Prophet Muhammad became filthy rich, and their wealth was counted in millions of dinars, today millions of US dollars. Before the advent of Islam, the Arabs of the Arabian Peninsula were living in abject poverty and continuous starvation. They used to suck the stones to slake their thirsty throats and dry tongues. They also used to drink their camels' urines and sometimes their urines to quench their thirst. The Byzantine commander understood the problem of those Muslims who came to fight him and hence offered money and clothes to them. But they refused to accept them because they wanted the fertile lands of the Levant, the fertile Crescent, and the women and children of the Christians. In a short period, their invasions made them very rich and enabled them to possess the lands, women, and children of the so-called infidels. Just a few examples would show how much those companions stole from the countries they invaded in. When the third caliph, Uthman ibn Affan, was murdered, he had thousands, 1,500,000 of dirham and 100,000 dinars. This is equal in our today counting billions of dollars. Al-Zubair ibn al-Awwam had 51,000 thousands of dirham, 51 million dirham, and 200,000 dinars. Besides that, he had houses and estates in Alexandria, Basra, and Kufa, the capital of Iraq. When he died, he left behind his large garden. If it had been sold, it would have brought thousands and 600,000 dinars. 1,600,000 dinars. A billionaire. Abdurrahman ibn Auf, when he died, left gold that they used axes to cut it. Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas left behind him 250,000 dirhams. Ibn Mas'ud left 90,000 dirham. Talha ibn Ubaidullah had in his hand a ring of gold which had diamond, a diamond in it. His daily income from his land in Iraq was 1,000 dirhams. When he died, he left 2,200 thousands of dirham and 200,000 of dinars. He also left 100 jars full of gold. Umar ibn al-As, he was the one who invaded Egypt, left behind him 70 jars of pure gold. While he was dying, he offered his gold to his sons, but they refused to accept it because they believed it had been taken unjustly, looted it. When Zayd ibn al-Haris died, he left behind him gold that had been cut by axes. This is the same adopted son, Zayd ibn Muhammad, whom the selfish alleged prophet of God lusted after his wife, Zainab bint Jahsh, and forced him to divorce her so he could marry her. References for the above quotes: Tabaqat al-Kubra, Ibn Sa'ad, pages 53, 76, 77, and 157. Al-Maz'udi in Muruj al-Zahab, volume 1, pages 544 to 545, and Kitab al-Maghrizi, volume 1, pages 140 and 156. The Islamic bloody invasions continued after the assassination of the second Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab. Before the Caliph, Umar was justly killed by Abu Lu'lu'a al-Farisi, Beirut the Victorious, who has administrated the vigilante justice. A Muslim leader led his troops without informing the Caliph Umar and marched toward the invasion of Egypt. At first, the Caliph Umar expresses disapproval of such a step without his permission. Nevertheless, when the Caliph learned that his leader Amr ibn al-As had succeeded in invading Alexandria city, he gave his approval of the campaign. There are two important things to mention regarding this invasion. First of all, Amr ibn al-As informed the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab that he found a very large library in Alexandria city that had over 1 million books. The Caliph replied and instructed him that every book that does not honor Islam and exalt Allah, ban it. At that time, the Alexandrian library was the greatest and largest library in the Western world. It contained books on theology, philosophy, history, and various branches of science. Following the order of the Caliph of Medina, Amr ibn al-As set all the books aflame. It said that the fire and smoke continued for 6 months before every book was fully consumed and destroyed. The decision of the second Caliph of Islam became a guiding principle for Muslim troops wherever they went. Everywhere they went, they destroyed Christian churches and Hindu temples and burned it to ashes the infidels' libraries. Sometimes beautiful church buildings were spared and converted into Muslim mosques. In this regard, the contemporary Indian philosopher and historian Swami Vivekananda says, their watchword is, there is one God, Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. Everything beyond that not only is bad, but must be destroyed forthwith at a moment's notice. Every man or a woman who does not exactly believe in that must be killed. Everything that does not belong to this worship must be immediately broken. Every book that teaches anything else must be burned. From the Pacific to the Atlantic, for 500 years, blood ran all over the world. That is Mohammedanism, Islam. This speech was delivered at the Shakespeare Club of Pasadena, California, USA, on February 3rd, 1900. Swami Vivekananda also said, every step forward was met with the sword, the Quran in one hand and the sword in the other. Take the Quran or you must die. There is no alternative. The complete works of Swami Vivekananda, Volume 2, pages 369 to 370. The Coptic Christians of Egypt agreed to pay the jizya to the second caliph, Umar ibn al-Khattab, and therefore he allowed them to continue following their religion. The caliph Umar appointed Amr ibn al-As, the wali of Egypt, the governor. Initially, Amr ibn al-As did something which made all the Copts to be happy. It happened to be their great spiritual leader, the Patriarch of Alexandria, the Pope of the Coptic Orthodox Church, Benjamin, went into hiding for 11 years from the Byzantine authority. The Copts approached Amr ibn al-As and requested him to restore their fugitive Patriarch Benjamin. Amr accepted their request and restored their spiritual leader, but such a favor met with another huge demand of jizya by the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab. Umar ibn al-As tried to convince his Caliph that he was demanding too much from the Copts of Egypt. The Caliph said, enriching the Medina city is more important than robbing and destroying the entire Egypt. In other words, rob the Christian of Egypt and enrich the Muslim of Medina, the capital of the Islamic Caliphate. After the assassination of the second Caliph Umar, he was succeeded by Uthman ibn Affan. During the Caliphate of Uthman, Muslims invaded Libya, Tunisia, and Algeria and reached up to Morocco. The Berber tribes of North Africa caused a serious problem for the Muslim invaders. Whenever they invaded a city and forcibly converted its inhabitants from Christianity to Islam and moved to the next city, the former city would apostatize and become Christian again. Then they had to return and re-invade and reconvert the citizens of that city. Many Berbers were killed during those processes. The Berbers managed to murder the main military commander of the Muslims, Uqba ibn Nafi. He was the nephew of the Amir of Umar ibn al-As. He was ambushed and killed by Kusla, leader of the Araba tribe of the Berber people, and the Christian head of the Sanhajja Confederation. Meanwhile, the third rightly guided Caliph Osman ibn Affan was murdered inside his house by Muslims due to his corruption and bad leadership. One of his murders was the son of the first Caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq. That murder was known as Muhammad ibn Abu Bakr as-Siddiq. Later, Muslims captured him and killed him in a very horrific way. They opened the stomach of a donkey and inserted the body of Muhammad ibn Abu Bakr inside the belly of the donkey until he died of suffocation. So far, by God's grace, two of the so-called rightly guided caliphs and their false prophet were murdered for the evils they had done to innocent people. Some reliable Shia sources mention that the first caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq also was poisoned by some Muslims, which causes his untimely death, just 2 years after his false prophet died of poison too. The same sources claim that the daughter of Muhammad, Fatima al-Zahra, was poisoned by the Caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq and died 6 months after the death of her father. As we shall see, the fourth rightly guided Caliph, Ali ibn Abi Talib, would be dispatched by Muslims in the same fashion. Those immediate four successors of Prophet Muhammad were named the rightly guided caliphs because they were supposedly directly guided by Allah. No other Muslim caliph, sultan, or king ever received that honorable and divine title except Abu Bakr Hussein al-Hashimi al-Qurashi al-Baghdadi, the spiritual, political, and military leader of ISIS, today Islamic Caliphate. Ali ibn Abi Talib was appointed the fourth and the last rightly guided caliph. Ali's caliphate did not last for long before he was also assassinated by another Muslim. After the death of Ali, his rival Muawiyah ibn Abu Sufyan, Wali or a governor of Syria, declared himself caliph and began the Umayyad dynasty, which made Damascus its main capital. After the death of Caliph Muawiyah, his son Yazid became caliph, and after him, the caliphate passed from father to son, just the same as kingship or a monarchy. The Umayyad caliphs ruled the Muslim world for approximately 370 years. That includes their rule in Haran and Cordoba in Spain. Muslim Mujahideen did not only kill the so-called infidels, but they engaged in internal conflicts among themselves and massacred each other like wild beasts. Islamic history books are full of many massacres that Muslims leaders fought against each other during the wars of apostasy between Abu Bakr's Mujahideen warriors and the Arab apostates, Aisha's army against Ali's fighters, Ali's troops against Muawiyah's Mujahideen fighters, and throughout the history of Islam until the Turks against the Arabs and the Mongols against the Arabs and Turks, etc. At the time of the Caliph Yazid ibn Muawiyah, the Muslim troops invaded Mecca city and destroyed the Black Kaaba, the house of their Allah, with catapults and raped thousands of young Muslim girls. The Muslim historians Ibn Sa'd al-Tabari and al-Waqidi narrated that the soldiers of Yazid ibn Muawiyah broke 1,000 Muslim girls' hymens in one single day. Mass rape. After the Umayyad caliphs came the Abbasid dynasty, which lasted for another 508 years until the last Abbasid caliph was killed by Hulaku Khan, the general commander of Genghis Khan's army. The Abbasid caliphs took revenge on the Umayyad clan and wiped out of existence every creature belonging to that family. Reliable Islamic history books mention that even those dead and gone Umayyad caliphs' bones were exhumed out of their tombs and made to stand trials. Then each caliph's bones, going back to the first caliph Muawiyah, were severely scourged by whips and then burned into ashes. One of those cruel Abbasid caliphs was gay and had a boyfriend. He met his male lover wasn't gay like him. The homosexual caliph warned his male lover against cheating on him. He strictly forbade him to never fall in love, have sex with any woman, touch any female jariyah, or marry any girl. In those days, gay marriage was not yet invented. The abominable gay marriage is the invention of our time. The Abbasid caliphs' palaces were full of beautiful Jawari, female slaves, and female captives. In each palace, you could see teenage girls from all over the known world: Arab girls, Persian girls, Arabian girls, Indian girls, African girls, etc. Mostly, those foreign girls were female captives of those defeated and killed infidels. They would be ordered to walk bare naked inside the palace, courtyards, and gardens. The caliph, his male relatives, and his top officials could grab a girl at any time and anywhere and rape her. Islam doesn't require him to marry her or even apologize to her because she is his right hand possession, chattel, and slave. He wouldn't care if she dies during the rape process, just like a dog attacked a bitch or a cock a hen. Some of those Abbasid caliphs would brag among their royals and officials that they had never had sex with the same girls that they deflower. Each one of them, anytime he wanted it, to deflower a brand new virgin. During those notorious adulterers, rapist, Abbasid caliphs, the famous classical book Alf Layla wa Layla, 1001 Nights, known in English as Arabian Nights, was composed. Despite all the evil deeds done by those criminal Abbasid caliphs and their bloodthirsty mujahideen, still the Abbasid dynasty is called the Golden Age of Islam. The gay caliph found out that his sister was impregnated by his male lover. The two were having secret love affair which escaped the notice of the homosexual caliph. At once, the outraged lover killed his male lover and refused to allow anyone to bury his body. He put the body of his male lover on a bridge and remained sitting near him and weeping throughout the night. I don't know what to make out of that sad love story. Should we blame the homosexual Muslim caliph who murdered his beloved, or his male lover who cheated on him, or the sister who fell in love with the lover of her brother and committed adultery with him? Let us leave it here and not get distracted by any further by the like of such nonsense affairs, and return to our narration of the bloody Islamic invasions. One Uqba ibn Nafi' was murdered by the Berbers in North Africa. The Umayyad Caliph in Damascus sent a new Muslim military commander called Musa ibn Nusayr. Moses, the son of small Christian. From his name, it is clear that Musa was born as a Christian but converted to Islam. His story of conversion began when he was a small boy living in a monastery in Syria with some Syrian monks. He was under training to learn the Holy Bible and theology and then to become a monk. Khalid ibn al-Walid invaded the monastery and took him as a captive after slaughtering all the monks. Then Khalid converted him to Islam and made him a slave in his house. Being converted and brought by such an outstanding military general of Islam turned out to be a great honor for Musa ibn Nusayr. The Christian boy was brainwashed and turned into a bitter enemy of Jesus Christ and his followers. When he was grown up, he became himself an outstanding military general of the Islamic troops. He was assigned by the Umayyad caliphs the task of reclaiming North Africa to Islam. Musa ibn Nusayr learned from the mistake of the slain leader Uqba ibn Nafi' and started to move slowly and convert the Berbers to Islam. The Berbers today are known as Amazigh. Uqba converted the entire region of North Africa, today Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco, in just a few months. Musa ibn Nusayr took a few years to accomplish the same task. After subduing and converting the Berber tribes from Christianity to Islam, Musa ibn Nusayr began to think of moving to the Iberian Peninsula, today Spain and the Republic of Portuguese. Musa knew that he was growing old. That Musa knew that he was growing old and that such a task needed a young and strong commander. Surprisingly, such a commander turned out to be one of the defeated and subdued Berbers, Tariq ibn Ziyad. Those who fought for so long against the Muslim invaders and tried by all means to keep their Christian faith in a few years were turned into Muslim invaders themselves. Tariq ibn Ziyad was a fierce and successful Muslim commander too. He was nicknamed the Khalid ibn al-Walid of the Berbers. The newly resurrected military genius Tariq ibn Ziyad made a solemn vow to convert Europe entirely until Rome and capture it for Islam. Muslims claim that the Prophet Muhammad promised them that they would invade and open Constantinople and Rome, the two great capitals of Christendom, and turn the entire Christian world Muslim. History shows they tried for 7 centuries to invade and capture Constantinople, but they failed. Nonetheless, the so-called prophecy of their false prophet was partially fulfilled when the Ottoman Sultan Muhammad II, known as Muhammad the Conqueror, captured and destroyed Constantinople in the year 1453 AD, modern-day Istanbul. After they brought an end to the Byzantine Empire, the Muslim Ottomans destroyed half of Europe to fulfill that satanic prophecy, but it did not work. Muslims still hold to the false prophecy, and they believe one day they will invade and take Rome, the capital of Italy and the center of the Roman Catholic Church. Tariq ibn Ziyad succeeded in invading Spain and converting thousands of its population to Islam. According to Dr. Bill Warner, in Spain, Muslims made piles of Christian heads slain in battle, so that men on horsebacks could not see each other across. Tariq continued to take city after city, and in a short time, he converted the majority of the population into Islam. It seemed that Tariq was truly possessed by the spirit of the ruthless Muslim general commander Khalid ibn al-Walid, who defeated the Byzantine army and entirely destroyed the Persian Empire and converted its population to Islam. However, Tariq needed more troops because the Iberian Peninsula was too big for a small army of 12,000 Mujahideen fighters. He sent for his master and leader Musa ibn Nusayr, who was living in the city of Al-Qarawan in today Tunisia. Musa forwarded the demand of Tariq to the Caliph at Damascus. By this time, the capital of the Islamic State was changed twice. From Medina was moved by the first Caliph Ali ibn al-Khattab to Kufa in Iraq. When Ali was murdered, it was moved by the Caliph Muawiyah to Damascus. Finally, the Abbasid caliphs would move it back to Baghdad, today the capital of Iran. When the Muslims of Arabia and the Levant heard that a big door for jihad in the way of Allah was opened in Europe, hundreds of thousands of them gathered from Yemen, Iraq, Mecca, Medina, Damascus, Palestine, and Egypt. The numbers of the new Mujahideen had far exceeded what Tariq needed. Therefore, the Caliph selected 18,000 strong fighters and sent the rest back to their places. After supplying the new troops, the Caliph sent a letter and demanded that Tariq ibn Ziyad should send him 3,000 blonde virgins, young white Christian girls. As soon as the letter reached Tariq ibn Ziyad, he fulfilled the demand of his caliph and sent the 3,000 captured Christian teenage girls. This established a direct relationship between Tariq and the Caliph of Damascus, which led him to ignore the orders of his master, Musa ibn Nusayr, the Wali of North Africa. Musa understood that Tariq was bullying rank in him. Out of jealousy, he commanded Tariq to stop his rapid jihad conquest and wait for him until he reached Andalusia, the ancient name of the Iberian Peninsula. Tariq ibn Ziyad refused to obey and continued to conquer city after city. I wonder when Tariq and his satanic mujahideen were invading, killing, raping, looting, pillaging, enslaving, burning, destroying, and converting the Christians of Spain to Islam by the sword, while the Pope of the Roman Catholic Church, the kings of Europe, and the Byzantine Empire at Constantinople were silent and showed blind eye to the slaughter and suffering of their Christian brothers and sisters in the Iberian Peninsula. When Musa ibn Nusayr reached the newly conquered lands with an army from Morocco under the leadership of his son, they also invaded many cities in the western region before they met with Tariq ibn Ziyad. When Musa ibn Nusayr reached Tariq ibn Ziyad, he humiliated him in front of his troops. He tied him with ropes and flogged him severely for daring to disobey his orders. Most probably, the news of this fight between those two big military commanders reached the ears of the Caliph at Damascus. Therefore, without giving any explanation, the Caliph ordered both commanders to halt their jihad invasions and return immediately to Damascus. When the two reached Damascus, Tariq ibn Ziyad mysteriously disappeared and no one knew anything about him. Musa ibn Nusayr was sent to Mecca city for pilgrimage and also died mysteriously in Medina city. The disappearances of those two ruthless commanders diminished the military power of the Muslim armies in Andalusia and finally led to their crushing defeat by the Frankish king Charles Martel, the mayor of the palace, at the Battle of Tours in October 330 in October 732 AD. The Battle of Tours was fought between the huge Muslim army under the leadership of Abdurrahman Khafiji of 30,000 mujahideen and the Frankish army of 25,000 soldiers. Muslim historians exaggerated and put the number of the Frankish army to 400,000. The Muslim army continued to advance in Europe and invaded South France. It kept on conquering, pillaging, looting, raping, enslaving, forcibly converting, and advancing until it reached 30 miles away from the capital city, Paris. On their way to Paris, the Muslims invaded many Frankish villages, towns, and cities and collected huge numbers of booties. Many of the Muslim mujahideen felt that they had gotten enough spoils and needed it to go back to Andalusia and return another time to invade the capital of the infidels. Nevertheless, their commander, Abdurrahman Khafiji, insisted on continuing to Paris. He believed in the promise of his false prophet that great and blessed Muslim commanders were going to invade and capture Rome and Constantinople. At the time of the Battle of Tours, the Islamic military power reached its zenith. By then, it was the most powerful army in the entire world At that time, Europe was not united under one military power. Therefore, the leader of the Moors was fully confident of victory. Arabs, Berbers, and Christians of Andalusia who were converted to Islam were known as Moors. The Frankish The Franks just wanted to defend their country from the invading army. When the two armies met and the battle began, the Moors were showing superiority, and the battle was in their favor. Charles Martel, the commander of the Frankish army, understood the mentality of the Muslim Moors and knew exactly where their weak point lay. He understood that the Muslims were fighting for the booty, especially the women and wealth of the infidels. That interest did not surpass their interest in converting the infidels to Islam. They knew that if an infidel converts to Islam, then they cannot take his woman and wealth. But if he remains infidel, then they have the right to either kill him and get all his possessions, woman, wealth, cattle, and property, or force him to pay the jizya in gold. Modern historical research proves that the early Muslim mujahideen never carried copies of the Quran with them, but had only their swords, spears, and horses on them. Before the Battle of Tours, the Moorish mujahideen had already accumulated huge heaps of booty. The Moors kept their booty at the rear, having a few mujahideen guards. Charles Martel, with a small execution force, attacked the booty, killing the Muslim guards and setting the huge heaps of the loot on fire. The Moors felt as if someone was setting their own families on fire. Accordingly, they broke their ranks and ran to save their booty. Such action led to confusion among the Moors. Their leaders lost control of the ranks. Immediately, the Franks ambushed the Moors and began to kill them. Some historians said that the Moors were so confused that they began to kill each other. Their main commander, Abdurrahman Khafiji, was also killed in the melee. When their commander was slain, the Moors began to flee from the battleground, leaving their booty and dead. It was a great victory for the Franks. Charles Martel emerged as a great hero and a savior of the West. He was nicknamed by the Pope of Rome, Charles Martel, which means Charles the Hammer. The Pope borrowed the name from the Jewish commander Judas Maccabeus, in Hebrew Judas the Hammer, who defeated the Syrians under Antiochus the Fourth in the year 165 BC and rededicated the temple in Jerusalem. Many historians believe that the Battle of Tours saved Christianity and the Western civilization. Some historians also believe that had the Moors won the Battle of Tours, Europe would be today an Arabian continent, and the Arabians would be Muslims speaking Arabic. The casualties of the Frankish army lost 1,100 dead, while the Muslim army lost 12,000, including their main leader Abdurrahman Khafiji. After the defeat of the Poitiers or Tours, Muslim Moors never dared again to invade France or try to advance in Western Europe. However, they continued to attack Constantinople for 700 years until they captured it and destroyed it in the year 1453 AD. Millions of the citizens of the Byzantine Empire fled to Europe and Russia. Those who remained were forcibly converted to Islam. Today, 99% of the Muslims of Turkey were once Orthodox Christians of Anatolia, which was part of the lost Byzantine Empire. Some historians say that the Second Rome, Constantinople, did not fall, but it moved to Russia, and Moscow became the third Rome. According to Dr. Bill Warner, Islam always inspires fear in the hearts of Westerners. How North Africa changed from being a Christian to a Muslim. How the Arab countries changed from Christians to Muslim countries. 25 years before the advent of Islam, the Persians and the Byzantines had a massive war in which one third of the population died. One third of the Byzantine Empire was destroyed by the Black Death or Bubonic Death plague. Dr. Bill Warner said there were 548 battles waged by the early Islamic Mujahideen. According to Dr. Warner, the classical Western civilization did not collapse because of the invasions of the Germanic tribes, but it had been destroyed by the Islamic invasions. Muhammad sent fighters to all Arab tribes to offer them Islam. If they refused to accept the offer of Islam, they were summarily annihilated. Muhammad sent his chief commander Khalid ibn al-Walid to the largest Arab tribe known as Jazma. Khalid destroyed the entire tribes because they rejected the offer of Islam and decided to fight. Their women and children were taken as captives. Women got raped and children sold in slave markets. At the Battle of Qadisiyah in July 636 AD, Khalid cut the head of the Persian commander and raped his wife on the ground. Her husband's blood was spilled. Khalid followed the example of his prophet Muhammad, who killed at the invasion of Khaybar city the Jewish leader Kinan ibn Rabi'ah, and took his wife Safiya bint Huway and raped her. On the same day, he murdered her husband. During the wars of apostasy, Khalid killed an Arab leader known as Malik ibn Nuwayra, cooked and ate his head, and raped his wife at the same time. At the Battle of Al-Was, May 633 AD, in Iraq, Khalid and his troops continued to put the losers of the battle in bags and cut off their heads until the river ran red with their blood. The entire Persian army of 30,000 to 35,000 were slain by Muslims. Before the beginning of that bloody battle, Khalid ibn al-Walid had prayed to his Lucifer Allah, "O Lord, if you give us victory, I shall see that no enemy warrior is left alive until their river runs with their blood." The Battle of Al-Was is also known as the Battle of Blood River because the water of the river Euphrates became red of the blood of the many slain Persians. There was a story narrated by Muslim historians that shows how cruel Khalid ibn al-Walid was toward the so-called infidels. In one battle against the pagan Arabs, Khalid, with his sword dripping blood, chased an Arab leader and tried to kill him. When the leader found himself being cornered and had no way of escape, he threw his sword and shouted, "I bear witness there is no God but Allah and Muhammad his messenger." It means he pronounced the Shahada, Islamic creed, and declared himself Muslim. Even though Khalid reached him and struck off his neck, when the news reached the ears of the Prophet Muhammad, he rebuked Khalid for killing a person who pronounced the Shahada. Khalid said to Muhammad that the slain leader pronounced the Shahada because he was scared of death. The Prophet said to him, "Have you opened his heart and seen that he said it out of fear for his life?" In his book, Riyad al-Nadira, Al-Tabari mentioned that the Arab tribe of Banu Salim had renegade, apostatized from Islam, whereupon the Caliph Abu Bakr as-Siddiq sent them Khalid ibn al-Walid, who gathered their men inside animal sheds, then set them to fare. Dr. Bill Warner continued to say that the second Caliph Omar's troops invaded the Levant and also Jerusalem, and those Jews and Christians who refused the compulsory offer of Islam were turned into zimmis, third-class citizens, and semi-slaves. The zimmis are the Jewish or Christian who agreed to pay the jizya in pure gold to Muslims. The majority of the Arab Christians could not afford to pay the heavy jizya and hence forcibly converted to Islam. During the so-called Golden Age of Islam, during the Abbasid dynasty, Muslims attacked the Sindh region in India and killed 26,000 Hindus in one single battle. Armenian nobles fled and took refuge in Aceh. The building was destroyed and all were burned inside. At Ephesus city, 7,000 Greek Christians were enslaved. All new churches were destroyed. In Egypt and Syria, 30,000 churches were burned down and destroyed. In Thessalonica, 22,000 Greek Christians were enslaved. In Seville, thousands of Christians were massacred. 6,000 Jews in Morocco were killed. Hundreds of Jews in Cordoba, Spain, were killed. 4,000 Christians of Granada were killed. Georgia and Armenia invaded it. In another battle in Hindustan, India, 15,000 were killed and 500,000, 500,000 Hindus enslaved. The majority of them were girls and children. In Yemen, the Jews were given two choices: convert to Islam or die. Christians of Granada were deported to Morocco. In India, many cities were destroyed and Hindus were told to convert or die. Muslim commanders boasted among themselves about who would make the biggest and tallest hills of Hindu skulls. Some of them gained the titles of idol smashers. Thousands of Hindu girls were raped and untold numbers of children were enslaved. In one town, 20,000 were enslaved. Buddhist monks butchered, Buddhist nuns raped by Muslim mujahideen. Damascus and Safed were invaded and mass murdered Christians. In Marrakesh, Jews were massacred, and in Tabriz, Jews were forcibly converted. Cairo's riots. The Cairo riots led to churches being burned. The Mongol Muslim commander Tamerlane, Timur the Lame, killed as many as 90,000 Hindus in one single day. No one in entire human history was able to kill 90,000 people in one single day except that ruthless Muslim commander, and perhaps second to him comes the atrocity of the nuclear weapon known as the Little Boy that was dropped on Hiroshima, Japan, and killed in one single day 70,000 people. Tamerlane gained the title of the most evil man ever lived. In another battle, Tamerlane massacred 30,000 surrendered Hindus in cold blood. He devastated 700 Hindu villages. Tamerlane also invaded Iraq, annihilated Nestorian and Jacobite Christians. Half of the population of Afghanistan were Christian, but Tamerlane made it completely Muslim. Another Muslim leader called it Tughlaq took 180,000 Hindus as slaves. After 700 years of continuous attacks, Islam captured and destroyed Constantinople in the year 1453 AD. The son of Tamerlane, Babur, invaded India and destroyed thousands of Hindu temples and forced conversions. Muslim generals built two tall towers of human heads after their victories. Noble Hindu women committed mass suicides to avoid sexual slavery and rape. According to Dr. Bill Warner, the Jews of Persia, modern-day Iran, Iraq, and Afghanistan and Yemen were forced to convert, followed by forced conversion of Greek Christians to Islam. In Persia, also, persecution of Zoroastrians increased, and those who survived the massacre fled to India. In India, 600,000 Hindus were killed by Akbar, the greatest Muslim Mongol emperor. Jews of Jeddah were expelled, and Jews of Morocco were massacred. Forced conversion of Jews in Iran. Zoroastrians were annihilated in Iran. Jews of Baghdad were massacred. About 250,000 Armenian Christians were slaughtered in Turkey. In the 28th century, over 1,500,000 Turkish Armenian Christians were killed in jihad, the Armenian genocide of the year 1915, also known as the First Holocaust. In 15 years, the entire Persian Empire was defeated and converted to Islam. In 25 years, Islam spread from China to Tunisia in North Africa. Nevertheless, Islam could not destroy the entire Byzantine Empire. In a short period, Islam took 2/3 of its lands, the Levant, Egypt, North Africa, and Spain. No empire in human history lasted as long as the Byzantine Empire. It lasted for 1,123 years. The Roman Empire lasted for 300 years, the Ottoman Empire for 500 years, and the Chinese Manchu Empire for 300 years. The Emperor Justinian built the Dome of Hagia Sophia. The Byzantine Empire stretched from Serbia, Bulgaria, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Israel, Palestine, Syria, and part of Italy, and had 1,000 cities. Unfortunately, the demise of this great empire was caused by the Fourth Crusade. In the year 1204, the Republic of Venice hired the First Crusaders from French, German, and Italian contingents. Instead of liberating the Holy Land from Muslims, the Crusaders invaded and sacked Constantinople. The Byzantines considered them to be brethren in the Christian faith, and hence they were not prepared for the attack. After invading and controlling Constantinople, the Crusaders continued to rob and steal the wealth of the empire. For 50 uninterrupted years, all the treasures and gold of the empire were carried away. Besides that, earthquakes and plagues weakened the empire. The city Constantinople recovered after 50 years, but the Byzantine Empire would never recover from the barbaric assault of the Fourth Crusade. In the year 1453, Sultan Muhammad II of the Ottoman Empire used cannons and destroyed the three walls of Constantinople. Those cannons were made by a Christian Westerner who sold himself to the Muslim Sultan Muhammad. That traitor first approached the Byzantine emperor and offered his new weapons. When the Byzantine emperor could not afford to give him what he wanted, he turned to the enemy and sold his deadly merchandise to them. The cannons allowed Ottomans to finally destroy the three walls of the strongly fortified city. When Sultan Muhammad II took the city, he gathered all the rich citizens, chopped off their heads, and had their bodies thrown to the dogs. It is said that the Sultan killed the rich citizens of Constantinople because they refused to lend money to their emperor to purchase the cannons. The Muslim Ottomans laid siege to the city with an army of 200,000 men. At that time, Constantinople was defended by 7,000 men, of whom 2,000 were foreigners. The Sultan's troops were Janissaries, Turks, and Anatolians. Janissaries were Christian children who were kidnapped by Muslims from Christian villages, towns, and cities. Then those kidnapped children were brainwashed and converted to Islam. After that, they were trained in military warfare. Those children would grow up without family attachments, and they were loyal only to the Ottoman Sultan. Then they would send them to invade Christian lands in Europe. They were known as the killing machine. The Sultan used them to destroy half of Europe and Asia. Through them, the Ottoman Empire captured all of Arabia and North Africa. Accordingly, they were the main cause behind the defeat and capture of Constantinople, which marked the demise of the greatest Western empire. The Byzantine Empire used to have 1,000 cities. Therefore, the battle marked the end of the greatest empire in human history, an empire that lasted for 1,123 years. The city's fall was a massive blow to Christendom. Pope Nicholas V immediately ordered a counter-attack, but his sudden death put an end to that plan. Many Greeks fled the city and migrated to other parts of Europe, in particular Italy. Their arrival in Western Europe ignited the Renaissance and the Reformation. Many scholars believe that the fall of Constantinople marked the end of the Middle Ages or the Dark Ages. Many Greek Orthodox Christians fled to Russia. Russia became the spiritual successor of the Byzantine Empire. Some historians say that the great Byzantine Empire did not fall, but moved to the east, and Moscow became the Tsar Rome. The year 410 AD was considered the year Rome first fell, when the barbarians invaded it. Historians believe that the Western Empire, the Roman Empire, did not fall until the year 476, after the barbarian leader Odoacer disposed the last emperor Romulus, and that marked the final fall of Rome. Odoacer established himself leader in Italy. The glory of Rome ended when a beggar leader made himself a king in Rome. In fact, at that time only the western half of Rome fell. The Eastern Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, continued to exist in the area called Byzantium. The Crusades. Many secular writers try to find many reasons to blame the church for sending the Crusaders to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Some of the Roman Catholic Crusaders indeed committed hideous crimes against innocent people. They committed atrocities against their fellow Greek Orthodox Christians of the Byzantine Empire. They also committed genocides against the Jews of Europe and those in the holy city, Jerusalem. They also indiscriminately kill many innocent Muslim women, children, and the elderly. In retrospect, the Crusades' crimes were a far lesser evil in scale compared to the huge genocides and mass murders committed by Muslim mujahideen everywhere that feet took them. It is estimated that the Islamic conquests or invasions led to the deaths of 60 million Christians and 80 million Hindus. Some historians put the number of Islamic deaths up to 172 million. Some historians also claim that the Muslims kill more Muslims than they kill non-Muslims. Initially, the Crusades against the Muslim lands were meant to push back the Turks who invaded it and captured many Christian lands. The call for the Crusades was initiated by the Byzantine Emperor. The Emperor Alexios Comnenus I the first sought the help of the Pope of Rome, Urban II. He asked for knights to assist his troops in kicking the Muslim Turks out of his lands, which they recently invaded and captured. Pope Urban II seized the opportunity and declared a universal holy war against the pagans, Muslims, who were living in the Holy Land. In one of his public sermons, he likened the holy city, Jerusalem, to a virgin bride that has been defiled by the unholy pagans, the Muslims. Instead of a few trained knights, 500,000 people responded to the call of the Pope and began their holy march towards Palestine. None of them were trained soldiers. As much as such, many were killed by the Turks as soon as they reached Anatolia. Some of them died of starvation and fatigue. Not a single one survived. The Roman Catholic Church immediately denounced them as the Byzantine Crusade and prepared the First Crusade, which was headed by the French nobles and their well-trained armies of knights. The Byzantine Crusade was led by a priest known as Peter the Hermit, who knew nothing about war, and none of his half-million followers knew how to fight. The majority of his army consisted of small children and women, and a large number of them were unarmed. They were pilgrims rather than soldiers. As soon as they arrived at Anatolia, the pilgrims were ambushed and cut to pieces in detail by the Turks, who were more disciplined at the Battle of Savitod. Despite Peter's pronunciations of divine protection, the vast majority of the pilgrims were slaughtered by the swords and arrows of the Turks or were enslaved. In the year 1095, Pope Urban II proclaimed the First Crusade with the stated goal of restoring Christian access to holy places in and near Jerusalem. Following the First Crusade, there was an intermittent 200-year struggle for control of the Holy Land, with 7 more major crusades and numerous minor ones. Roman Catholic Europe mounted no further coherent response after the fall of the last Christian stronghold in Acre in the year 1291. The military crusades were a 200-year struggle between Roman Catholic Europe and the Islamic sultanates of Anatolia, Levant, Palestine, and Egypt. It produced great heroes from both sides, such as Richard the Lionheart and Salah ad-Din. By the year 1000 AD, two-thirds of the Christian world was possessed by the Muslim invaders. Out of the important five ancient cities, three were taken by Muslims: Jerusalem, Antioch, and Alexandria. Only Constantinople and Rome remained in the hands of Christians. Muslims believed these cities too were distant for them. They claimed that their Prophet Muhammad told them that they were going to invade and possess Constantinople and Rome. Islam became the superpower of the medieval world. Each year brought forth new invasions and new possessions of Christian lands. In the year 1071, the Turks invaded Asia Minor and possessed the region of Anatolia, modern-day Turkey. The inhabitants of this large region were new converts to Islam. They were Christians before they were invaded and forcibly converted by the sword. They were like the Berber tribes of North Africa. They were not Arabs, but had migrated from Asia to the region of Asia Minor. They became more zealous than those who had converted them. They behaved like the Muslim Mongol great Ghazi or a great invader, Tamerlane, who turned against other Muslims and invaded and captured their countries. After their forcible conversion to Islam, the Muslim Turks turned against their Arab masters and attacked them. They took Syria and Palestine from the Arab Muslims and began their own Muslim caliphate, the Ottoman Sultanate or empire. But since the Prophet Muhammad said in one of his authentic hadiths, only an Arab Muslim from the Quraysh tribe can be appointed caliph. Therefore, the Turks called their caliphs sultans and their caliphate sultanate. The last Arab caliphate was destroyed by the Mongols under Genghis Khan in the year 1258. On February 13, 1258, Holako Khan, the main general commander of Genghis Khan's troops, invaded Baghdad and assassinated the last Abbasid caliph, Al-Mu'tasim Billah, and ended that 500-year-old caliphate. Nevertheless, the Mongols became the virus, and soon they too would be converted to Islam and would wreak havoc of unceasing Islamic invasions and convert millions to Islam in Asia and Europe, East Europe and Russia. Those invasions were done by Tamerlane, the most evil man ever lived. We see the same pattern with the Berbers, Turks, and Mongols, all forcibly converted to Islam, contaminated it to a greater degree, spreading their increasingly violent contagion. Tamerlane was a Mongol warrior who was Turkicized and a convert to Islam. He claimed to be a direct descendant from Genghis Khan. The name Tamerlane is an English corruption of his real name, Timur the Lame. He was known as Timur the Lame because when he was a young boy, he stole a sheep and got shot with a bow by a shepherd, and that rendered him lame for the rest of his life. Tamerlane means Timur the Lame. At first, Tamerlane called himself the Sword of Islam. According to Islamic tradition, the honorable title of the Sword of Islam was bestowed by the Prophet Muhammad on his military genius Khalid ibn al-Walid. Tariq ibn Ziyad was nicknamed Khalid ibn al-Walid of the Berber tribes. After conquering many lands in Asia and Europe, Timur the Lame decided to declare himself the new Muslim caliph, but was told by Muslim scholars that he could not be a caliph because he wasn't an Arab. Not every Muslim Arab can be a caliph unless he is from the tribe of the Prophet Muhammad. According to Muhammad, his caliph successor must be a Muslim man, an Arab man, and a direct descendant of the Prophet's tribe of Quraysh. Since the last Abbasid caliph was captured and put in a sack and trodden underfoot and brutally killed by Hulako, Genghis Khan's chief commander, no Muslim man has ever claimed to be a caliph except the contemporary Muslim terrorist leader Abu Bakr Hussein al-Qurashi al-Hashimi al-Baghdadi, the leader of today's ISIS, the Islamic State of or a caliphate. For 756 years, no one has claimed that honorific except this terrible leader of the evilest terrorist group ever produced by the religion of peace. Accordingly, young Muslim men and women migrate from all over the world to Turkey, Syria, and Iraq to join the army of the newly resurrected Islamic Caliphate. Al-Baghdadi claimed to be legally caliph, 100% Qurayshi man. Following his defeat of the Christian Knights, Hospitallers, and the capture of their stronghold city of Samarna, Tamerlane changed his title from the Sword of Islam to the greatest Muslim Ghazi, which means the greatest Muslim invader. He established a Muslim empire that extended from Turkey, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Afghanistan, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Pakistan, until Kashgar in China. It reached up to Moscow in Russia and Delhi in India. He made his capital in an oasis in the desert in a city known as Samarkand, today the capital of Uzbekistan. These Islamic invasions caused the deaths of 20 million people. After their victory in the Battle of Manzikert in the year 1071, the Seljuk Turks defeated the Byzantine army and captured Anatolia and Armenia. In the year 1453, the Ottoman Turks invaded and destroyed Constantinople and ended the Byzantine Empire. Islamic invasions of Europe were halted at the gates of Vienna in the year 1683. September 11, 1683 was the day when an alliance of Christian armies led by Jan Sobieski, the king of Poland, arrived at the gates of Vienna and changed the victory of Muslim Mujahideen into crushing defeat. For that reason, Osama bin Laden chose the leader of the Al-Qaeda, chose September 11 to carry out his cowardly terrorist attacks on the Twin Towers in New York. He wanted to tell the Christian world that Islam was still determined to conquer the Western world and change it into a Muslim world. Many Westerners are ignorant of their history and hence believe that Islam, a peaceful religion that spreads through mere preaching. George Santana said, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." It seems only President Donald Trump has learned and remembered his past. The majority of people in America and around the world are against his travel ban on refugees and 7 majority Muslim countries: Iran, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Libya, Sudan, and Somalia. Today, in Western schools and universities, Christianity presented it to the students as a bloody religion that caused the deaths of millions and for a long time blocked scientific discoveries and progress. On the contrary, the Muslim Moors of Spain are taught to students as more knowledgeable and advanced in science, art, medicine, and philosophy than the medieval Christianity, which is behind the dark ages of Europe. Before the Battle of Vienna, the Muslim Mujahideen, the Ottoman Turks, overran Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, and Serbia. They turned Burtistan, Hungary, into a complaint vessel and made war repeatedly on Austria and the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Ottomans set their eyes in Vienna. The Ottomans set their eyes on Vienna since the fall of the city would open the way into the heart of Austria and southern Germany. Their final target was Rome, the capital of Christendom. They knew if they captured Rome, the second capital of the Western world, then Christianity would be doomed. They had failed to take the city of Vienna in the siege of 1529 AD under the leadership of the Grand Vizier Basha Kara Mustafa, and with their Tatar and Milesian allies. They made their preparations and fought their way towards the capital, overrunning Assyrian towns and villages. Wherever the Muslim Mujahideen went, they plundered cities, took slaves, turned churches into mosques, and converted many thousands of Christian captives to Islam at the point of a sword. In the year 1683, the combined armies of the Ottoman Empire, large and well-equipped forces, laid siege on Vienna. The city was nearing the end of its ability to resist, but just as the capture of Vienna was becoming a matter of time, an army came to its rescue. On September 12th, in an open battle before Vienna, the Muslims were defeated and the city escaped pillage and destruction. The chief commander of the army that rescued Vienna was the Polish king Jan Sobieski. His decisive victory is like that of Charles Martel's victory at the Battle of Tours or Poitiers in the year 732 AD, which stopped the advance of Muslim Mujahideen in Western Europe. Likewise, the Polish king Jan Sobieski saved Christianity and Western civilization. But Muslims never give up until today. In the past, they failed to defeat Christendom, but today they are invading the Western world through mass immigrations, influx of illegal immigrants, and multiplying from within through polygamies and lack of birth control. Muslims in Europe have created no-go areas in many major European cities that are off limits for non-Muslims. Writing about those no-go zones cities in Europe, Soren Keren states, many of the no-go zones function as micro-states governed by Islamic Sharia law. Host country authorities effectively have lost control on those areas and in many instances are unable to provide even basic public aid such as police, firefighting, and ambulance services. The no-go areas are by product of decades of multicultural policies that have encouraged Muslim immigrants to create a parallel societies and remain segregated rather than become integrated into their European host nations. In Britain, for example, a Muslim group called Muslims Against the Crusades has launched a campaign to turn 12 British cities, including what it calls Londonistan, into independent Islamic states. The so-called Islamic Emirates would function as autonomous enclaves ruled by Islamic Sharia law and operate entirely outside British jurisprudence. In the Tower Hamlets area of East London, also known as the Islamic Republic of Tower Hamlets, for example, extremist Muslim breachers call the Tower Hamlets Taliban, regularly issue death threats to women who refuse to wear Islamic veils. Neighborhood streets have been plastered with posters declaring, "You are entering a Sharia controlled zone, Islamic rules enforced," and street advertising deemed offensive to Muslims is regularly vandalized or blacked out with spray paint. Muslim immigrants are taking control of other parts of France too. In Paris and other French cities with high Muslim populations, such as Lyons, Marseille, and Toulouse, thousands of Muslims are closing off streets and sidewalks, and by extensions are closing down local businesses and trapping non-Muslim residents in their homes and offices to accommodate overflowing crowds for Friday prayers. Some mosques have also begun broadcasting sermons and chants of Allahu Akbar via loudspeakers into the streets. In Italy, Muslims have been commandeering the Piazza Venezia in Rome for public prayers. In Bologna, Muslims repeatedly have threatened to bomb the San Petronio Cathedral because it contains a 6-year-old fresco inspired by Dante's Inferno, which depicts Muhammad being tormented in hell. In the Netherlands, a Dutch court ordered the government to release to the public a politically incorrect list of 40 no-go zones in Holland. The top five Muslim problem neighborhoods are in Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and Utrecht. In Germany, Chief Police Commissioner Bernhard Whithot, in an August 1 interview with the newspaper Der Westen, revealed that Muslim immigrants are imposing no-go zones in cities across Germany at an alarming rate. In Sweden, which has some of the most liberal immigration laws in Europe, large swaths of the southern city of Malmö, which is more than 25% of Muslims, are no-go zones for non-Muslims. Fire and emergency workers, for example, refuse to enter Malmö's mostly Muslim Rosengard district without police escorts. The male unemployment rate in Rosengard is estimated to be above 80%. When firefighters attempted to put out a fire at Malmö's main mosque, they were attacked by stone throwers. According to the Malmö-based Imam Adli Abu Hajar, Sweden is the best Islamic state. Occupation without tanks and soldiers by Soren Crane, August 22, 2011. Most of the above mentioned brief information about the atrocities of Islamic invasion is based on a lecture by Dr. Bill Warner in the 548 battles waged by Muslim Mujahideen during the 500 years of spreading Islam. Historians estimated that 272 million people were killed, of whom 80 million Hindus and 60 million Christians, non-Muslims under Islamic rule. It is important to speak about the conditions of non-Muslims under Islamic rules after their country were defeated and captured and invaded and occupied by Muslims. As I've already mentioned, Islam calls some people, such as Jews and Christians, the people of the book, and as such, they are allowed to follow their religions if they agree to pay the jizya and live as second citizens. The jizya is a legal and religious penalty imposed by Islamic law on the defeated people of the book. The people of the book are applied to Christians and Jews. Jews and Christians living in a Muslim country are required by the Quran in Surah At-Tawbah 9, verse 29, to pay the jizya or else be killed if they refuse to embrace Islam. Christians and Jews are called the people of the book and also called the Zimmis. Paying the jizya is a symbol of humiliation and submission because Zimmis are not regarded as citizens of the Islamic State, although they are, in most cases, natives to the Muslim countries. Sheikh Naji Ibrahim ibn Abdullah summarizes the purpose of the jizya. He says, quoting Ibn Qayyimiyya al-Jawzi, that the jizya is enacted to spare the blood of the Zimmis, Jews and Christians, to be a symbol of humiliation of the infidels and as an insult and punishment to them, and as the Shafi'ites indicate, the jizya is offered in exchange for residing in an Islamic country. Thus, Ibn Qayyimiyya adds, since the entire religion belongs to God, it aims of humiliating ungodliness and its followers and insulting them, imposing the jizya on the followers of ungodliness and oppressing them is required by God's religion. The Quranic text hints at this meaning when it says, until they give the jizya by force with humiliation. Quran, Surah At-Tawbah 9, verse 29. According to Muslim jurists, the following legal ordinance must be enforced on Zimmis, Christian and Jewish who reside among Muslims. 1. Zimmis are not allowed to build new churches, temples, or synagogues. They are allowed to renovate all churches or houses of worship, provided they do not allow them to add any new construction. All churches are those that existed before Islamic conquest or invasion are included in a peace accorded by Muslims. In a peace treaty accorded by Muslims. Construction of any church, temple, or a synagogue in the Arab Peninsula is prohibited. It is the land of the Prophet, and only Islam should prevail there. Yet, Muslims, if they wish, are permitted to demolish all of non-Muslim houses of worship in any land they conquer. 2. Zimmis are not allowed to pray or read their sacred books out loud at home or in churches or synagogues, lest Muslims hear their prayers. 3. Zimmis are not allowed to bring their religious books or sell them in public places and markets. They are allowed to publish and sell them among their people in their churches and temples. 4. Zimmis are not allowed to install the cross on their houses or churches, since it is a symbol of infidelity. 5. Zimmis are not permitted to broadcast or display their ceremonial religious rituals on radio or television, or to use the media, or to publish any picture of their religious sermons in newspapers and magazines. 6. Zimmis are not allowed to congregate in the streets during their religious festivals. Rather, each must quietly make his way to a church or a temple. 7. Zimmis are not allowed to join the army of Muslims unless there is an indispensable need for them, in which case they are not allowed to assume leadership positions but are considered mercenaries. By the Muslim historian Maghrizi, Muslim doctrine concerning churches, Sharia law is draconian, if not hostile to Christian worship. Consider the words of some of the Islam's most authoritative and classic jurists, the same ones revered today by Egypt's Salafis. According to Ibn Qayyim al-Jawzi, author of the multi-volume Rules for the Zimmis, it is obligatory to destroy or convert into a mosque every church, both old and new, that exists on lands that were taken by Muslims through force, for they breed corruption. Even if Muslims are not sure whether one of these things, churches, is all pre-conquest or new, it is better to err on the side of caution, treat it as a new and demolish it. Likewise, Ibn Qaymiyah confirms that the ulama, scholars of Muslims from all four schools of law, Hanafi, Shafi'i, Maliki, Hanbali, and others, including As-Sawri and Al-Lays, all the way back to the companions of the Prophet and the followers, are all agreed that if the Imam destroys every church in lands taken by force through jihad, such as Egypt, Sudan, Iraq, Syria, this would not be deemed unjust of him, adding that if Christians resist, they forfeit their covenant, their lives, and their possession. Elsewhere, he writes, wherever Muslims live and have mosques, it is impermissible for any sign of infidelity to be present, churches or otherwise. Echoing the words of the jurist that the church is worse than bars and brothels and houses of torment and fear, in August 2009, Dar al-Ifta and Al-Azhar University affiliated issued a fatwa likening the building of a church to a nightclub, a gambling casino, or building a barn for rearing pigs, cats, or dogs. In July 2012, Dr. Yasir al-Burhami, a prominent figure in Egypt's Salafi movement, issued a fatwa forbidding Muslim taxi drivers and bus drivers from transporting Coptic Christian priests to their churches, which he depicted as more forbidden than taking someone to a liquor bar. When it comes to churches, Islamic history is a testimony to Islamic doctrine under Muslim rule from the 7th century to the present. Tens of thousands of churches that were once spread across thousands of miles of formerly Christian lands were attacked, plundered, ransacked, destroyed, or converted into mosques. Such a large number is consistent with the fact that at the time of the Muslim conquest invasions, half of the world's entire Christian population live in those lands invaded and subjugated by Islam. According to one medieval Muslim historian, over the 2-year course of a particularly ruthless Christian persecution campaign, some 30,000 churches were burned or bleached in Egypt and Syria alone. Major church attacks during Abbasid rule include when the Muslims in Jerusalem made a rising in the year 936 AD and burned down the Church of the Resurrection, which was believed to be built atop the tomb of Christ, which they plundered and destroyed all they could of it. Nearly a century later, Caliph Hakim bi Amr Allah, 996 to 1021 AD, ordered that the already ravaged Church of the Resurrection be torn down to its very foundations. Apart from what could not be destroyed or bullied up, they also destroyed the Golgotha and the Church of Saint Constantine and all that they contained, as well as all the sacred gravestones. They even tried to dig up the graves of Christians and wipe out all traces of their existence. The arrival of Muslim Mujahideen in Egypt in the 7th century caused a Coptic paradigm shift. The history or a blight of Egypt's Coptic Orthodox Church is well preserved. The history of the Patriarchate of the Egyptian Church, for instance, a multi-volume chronicle began under Coptic Bishop Severus ibn al-Muqaffa in the 10th century, records innumerable massacres and persecutions over the centuries, from destroyed churches to crucified Christians to rape and murder nuns. Nevertheless, to bypass the objection that Christian writers may have been biased against their persecutors, let us content ourselves with the famous history of Taqi al-Din al-Maghrizi, 1364 to 1442 AD, the most authoritative Muslim scholar of Egyptian history in the Middle Ages. His account appears especially objective when one considers that the pious Muslim Maghrizi was no friend to the Christians. For example, after recounting centuries of persecution and church destruction at the hands of Muslims, al-Maghrizi concludes by sounding like a modern-day Salafi, blaming Christians for their persecution. From the traces they left would then be seen how shamefully they intrigued against Islamism and the followers of it, as anyone may know who looks into the lowliness of their origin and the old hatred of their ancestors towards our religion, Islam, and the doings thereof. In Maghrizi's account, things appear relatively quiet during the first century of Islam's occupation of Egypt, 641 to 741. No doubt because Christians still numerically overwhelmed their Muslim conquerors. By the year 767, after decades of Coptic uprisings in the face of abuses, heavier hardships than ever fell upon the Christians, who were obliged to eat their dead with their new churches in Egypt were destroyed. The church of Mary Enent, alongside that of Abu Sanoda in Egypt, was also bullied down, as well as that in the ward of Constantine, which the Christians entreated Solomon ibn Ali, Amir of Egypt, to spare for 50,000 dinars, but he would not. By the year 845 AD, Al-Mutawakkil ordered Christian churches to be pulled down. In the year 912, the great church in Alexandria, known as that of the Resurrection, was burned down. In the year 939, the Muslims made another rising in the city of Ashkelon, where they demolished the Greek church of Mary and plundered what was in it. Then comes the era of the aforementioned Caliph Hakim bin Amrullah, who decimated the Church of the Resurrection in Jerusalem. In the words of Al-Maghrizi, in all Hakim's time, hardships such as one never saw befell the Christians. He then laid his hands on all endowments of the churches and of the monasteries, which he confiscated to the public treasury, and wrote to that effect to all his prophets. He then burned the wood of great many crosses and forbade the Christians to buy men or maid servants, which were often set free. He pulled down the churches that were in the street Rashida, outside the city of Misr or Cairo. He then laid in ruins the churches of Al-Maqas outside Cairo and handed over their contents to the people, who plundered them of more goods than can be told. He threw down the convent of Al-Qawasir and gave it to the people to sack. He then set about demolishing all churches and made over to the people as prey and forfeit all that was in them and all that was settled on them. They were then all demolished, and their furniture and chattels were plundered. Their endowments were forfeited to others, and mosques were built in their places. He allowed the call to prayer from the church of Sanoda in Misr and built a wall around the church of Al-Mu'allaqa, the hanging church, in Qasr al-Sama, or the Palace of Heaven. Then many Muslims sent letters to request to be allowed to search the churches and monasteries in province of Egypt. But their request was hardly delivered at headquarters when a favorable answer was returned to the request. So they took the vessels and chattels of the churches and of the monasteries and sold them in the marketplaces of Egypt, together with what they found in those churches of gold and silver vessels and things of the kind, and parted their endowments. The Amir, the Caliph, also wrote to the intendants of the province to support Muslims in their destruction of the churches and monasteries. And the work of demolition in Egypt was so general in the year 1012 that, according to statements on which one can rely as to what was demolished at the end of the year 1014, both in Egypt and Syria and the province thereof, of temples built by the Greeks, it amounted to more than 3,000 churches. The original Arabic manuscript says 30,000 churches. All the gold and silver vessels in them were plundered. Their endowments were forfeited, and those endowments were splendid and bestowed on wonderful edifices. Finally, after describing different forms of persecution against Christians during Hakim's reign, Maghrizi, the Muslim historian, makes an interesting observation. Under these circumstances, a great many Christians became Muslims. In another place, after recounting how the greater number of the churches of the Sa'id, Upper Egypt, had been pulled down and mosques built in their place in their state, the historian notes again the typical consequences. More than 450 Christians became Muslims in one day. It appears repeating that the Muslim Maghrizi had no great love for Egypt's Christians and made this bragging observation concerning them in his volumes, thereby making his account of persecution all the more trustworthy. Because the Caliph Hakim's persecution was so terrible and far-reaching, most modern Western historians acknowledge it, even as they portray it as an aberration of a madman, implying that Christians suffer only under his rule. Yet there is no dearth of Muslim leaders throughout the whole of Islamic history who did not at one time or another persecuted Christians and their churches. If Al-Hakim bi-Amrullah, the Caliph Al-Hakim bi-Amrullah, is remembered as a terrible and insane tyrant, consider Caliph Harun al-Rashid, who in the West is depicted as a colorful and fun-loving prankster in the Arabian Nights, or Alf Layla wa Layla, or 1001 Arabian Nights, though renowned for his secular pursuits, including writers living strong drink and harems of concubines, to the point that a modern-day female Kuwaiti activists referred to him as a model to justify the institution of sex slavery. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid was still biased enough to force Christians to distinguish themselves by dress, to expel them from their positions, and to destroy their churches through the use of fatwas by the imams of the mosque. Similarly, Salah ad-Din al-Ayyubi, another Muslim ruler who is habitually portrayed in the West as a magnanimous and tolerant, commanded it that all crucifixes on Coptic church domes be destroyed, and that whoever saw that the outside of a church was white, to cover it with black dirt as a sign of degradation. Indeed, in the year 1354, well after the mad Caliph Hakim bi-Amrullah was gone, churches were still under attack, including by Muslim mobs who, according to Al-Maghrizi, demolished a church and the Bridge of Lions and a church in the street Al-Isra in Misr, and the church of Fahadin within the precincts of Cairo. Also, the convent of Nihayat in Jizya, and a church in the neighborhood of Batak al-Takruni. They plundered the wealth of the churches they demolished, which was great, and carried away even the woodwork and slabs of alabaster. They rushed upon the churches of Misr, Egypt, and Cairo. From the time the Muslim Ottoman Turks first set foot in Taras under Solomon, son of Orchan, the empire rapidly disintegrated, the Byzantine Empire. From the very beginning of the Turkish onslaught under Solomon, the Turks tried to consolidate their position by the forcible imposition of Islam. The Ottoman historian Shukrallah maintained that those who refused to accept the Muslim faith were slaughtered and their families enslaved. Where there were bells, writers, where there were bells, writes the same author, Solomon broke them up and cast them onto fires. Where there are churches, he destroyed them or converted them into mosques. Thus, in a place of bells, there were now muazzins. Wherever Christian infidels were still found, vassalage was imposed upon their rulers. At least in public, they could no longer say Kriya Aliyason, but rather there is no God but Allah. And where once their prayers had been addressed to Christ, they were now to Muhammad, the Prophet of Allah. Apostolos E. Phakalobolos, a Greek writer and historian. Such was the state of affairs of churches under Islam, explaining how over nearly 14 centuries, former centers of Christianity like Egypt, the Levant, and Anatolia were reduced to sporadic enclaves that came to resemble dilapidated strongholds of Christianity surrounded by a sea of Muslim hostility. According to the British female historian Badweir, Christians and Jews living in a Muslim country are subjected to discriminative rules that are meant to dehumanize them. Rules for the Zimmis, Christian and Jewish, would be formulated to deny the Zimmi the due process of the law. Discriminative and restrictive dress and behavior codes would be enacted and severely enforced to reduce Zimmi into a state of despair and poverty. Dehumanization of the Zimmi was not uncommon and was generally the rule. Various forms of physical abuse were common. Many times, distinctive dress specified to identify the Zimmi that he would be unable to either mix with a Muslim or even walk in a Muslim area of the city. Other rules are specified, such as demanding codes of dress, such as not being allowed to wear shoes or sandals on their feet, not using certain colors, and wearing stars on their clothing. Dhimmis were prohibited from working in many occupations. Even rules were made as to how a Zimmi could ride a mule or a donkey to distinguish him from a Muslim. Non-observance of these rules would entail a severe beating. Often passing a Muslim on the wrong side on the road would begin a beating that could leave the Zimmi mortally wounded. Since Zimmi is denied the right to testify in court against a Muslim, there is no recourse. If the local Muslim population becomes intolerant or jealous of the successes of the Zimmis, then pogrom would ensue. Zimmi communities could find themselves evicted, women raped, exorbitant ransoms placed on them, their children abducted and forced to convert to Islam, and in other cases, mass murders of the Dhimmi population condoned. Hindus under Islamic rule. The Prophet Muhammad promised his followers that they would conquer India. His hadiths that speak of the conquest of India are as follows. It was narrated that Sauban, the freed slave of the Messenger of Allah, blessing and peace be of Allah be upon him, said, "There are two groups of my Ummah, Islamic community, whom Allah would protect from the fire. A group who would conquer India, and a group who would be with Isa ibn Maryam, Jesus the son of Mary, peace be upon him." Narrated by Imam Ahmad in Al-Musnad, it was narrated that Abu Huraira, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "The Messenger of Allah, blessing and peace be upon him, promised us that we would conquer India. So if I martyred, I would be among the best of the martyrs. And if I retain, then I am Abu Huraira, the freed, protected from hellfire." Ellen Donelio writes, "From the time Muslims started arriving around the year 632 AD, the history of India becomes a long, monotonous series of murders, massacres, spoliations, and destruction. It is as usual in the name of a holy war of their faith, of their sole God, that the barbarians have destroyed civilization and wiped out entire races." Mahmud Ghazni was an example of Muslim ruthlessness, burning 1,018 of the temples of Mathura city, razing Kanju to the ground, and destroying the famous temple of Somanath, sacred to all Hindus. His successors were as ruthless as Ghazni. 130 temples in the holy city of Banaras, were razed to the ground. It is marvelous temples destroyed. It is magnificent places wrecked. The Hindu sage Badman Baha, describing his Kanha that Brabanda in the year 1456 AD, the story of the Muslim invasion of the Gujarat state of 1298 AD. The conquering army burned villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flogged with songs of Rah Hued, carried a moving prison with it, and converted the prisoners into obsequious slaves. The blood of the infidels flowed so copiously at Tansara that the stream was discolored, notwithstanding its purity, and people were unable to drink it. The Sultan returned it with plunder, which is embossed to Kaun, Tarikhya Yamani of Utbi. The Sultan's secretary was written in the 11th century. The magnitude of crimes credited to Muslim monarchies by medieval Muslim historians was beyond measure. With a few exceptions, Muslim kings and commanders were monsters who stopped at no crime when it came to their Hindu subjects. But what strikes me as more significant is the broad pattern of those crimes. The pattern is that of al-jihad, in which the Ghazis, invaders of Islam, one, invade the infidel lands. Two, massacre as many infidel men, women, and children, particularly Brahmins, as they like after winning a victory. Three, capture the survivors to be sold as slaves. Four, plunder every place and person. Five, demolish idolatrous places of worship and build mosques in their places. And six, defile idols which are flung into public squares or made into steps leading to mosques. It's still more significant is the fact that this is exactly the pattern when revealed by Allah in the Quran to practice it perfected it and prescribed by the Prophet in his lifetime. 3. Followed by the pious caliphs of Islam in the first 35 years of Islamic imperialism. 4. Elaborated in the hadiths and hundreds of commentaries with meticulous attention to detail. 5. Certified by the ulama or scholar and the Sufis of Islam in all ages, including our own. And 6. Followed by all Muslim monarchies and chieftains who aspire for name and fame in this life, and houris or virgins and beardless boys hereafter in paradise. Quail, S.R. 2001, The Story of Islamic Imperialism in India, New Delhi, India. In the year 997 AD, a Turkish chieftain by the name of Mahmud became Sultan of the little state of Ghazni in eastern Afghanistan, pretending a holy zeal for destroying Hindu idolatry. Sultan Mahmud swept across the frontier with a force inspired by a pious aspiration for booty. He made the unprepared Hindus at Bemhagarar, slaughtered them, pillaged their cities, destroyed their temples, and carried away the accumulated treasures of centuries. Returned to Ghazni, he astonished the ambassadors of foreign powers by displaying jewels and unburied pearls and rubies shining like sparks or like wine congealed with ice, and emeralds like fresh sprigs of myrtle, and diamonds in size and weight like pomegranates. Each winter, Mahmud descended into India, filled his treasure chest with spoils, and amused his men with full freedom to pillage and kill. Each spring, he returned to his capital richer than before. At Mosra, on the Jammu River, he took from the temple its statues of gold encrusted with precious stones and emptied its coffers of a vast quantity of gold, silver, and jewelry. He expressed his admiration for the architecture of the great shrine, judged that its duplication would cost 100 million dinars and the labor of 200 years, and then ordered it to be soaked with naphtha and burned to the ground. 6 years later, he sacked another opulent city of northern India, Somanath, killed all its 50,000 inhabitants, and dragged its wealth to Ghazni. In the end, he became perhaps the richest king that history has ever known. Sometimes he spared the population of the ravaged cities and took them home to be sold as slaves. But so great was the number of such captives that after some years, no one could be found to offer more than a few shillings for a slave. Before every important engagement, Mahmud knelt in prayer and asked the blessing of God upon his arms. He reigned for a third of century, and when he died, full of years and honors, Muslim historians rank him as the greatest monarch of his time and one of the greatest sovereigns of any age. In the year 1186, the Guri, a Muslim Turkish tribe of Afghanistan, invaded India, captured the city of Delhi, destroyed its temples, confiscated its wealth, and settled down in its palaces to establish the Sultanate of Delhi, an alien despotism fastened upon northern India for 3 centuries and checked only by assassination and revolt. The fairest of these bloody sultans, Qutb Dinek Ebek, was a a normal specimen of his kind, fanatical, ferocious, and merciless. His gifts, as the Mohammedan historian tells us, were bestowed by hundreds of thousands, and his slaughters likewise were by hundreds of thousands. In one victory of this warrior who had been purchased as a slave, 50,000 men came under the collar of slavery, and the plain became black as pitch with Hindus. Another Sultan, Balban, punished rebels and brigands by casting them under the feet of elephants, or removing their skins, stuffing these with straw, and hanging them from the gates of Delhi. When some Mughal residents who had settled in Delhi and converted to Islam tried to rise up against him, Sultan al-Din, the conqueror of Chittor, ordered the slaughter of all males from 15,000 to 30,000 in one day. The Muslim Sultan Mahmud bin Tughlaq, who seized the throne by killing his father, the Sultan, surpassed his predecessors in bloodshed and brutality, and fed the wife of a rebel against him the flesh of a rebellious nephew. The Muslim sultans destroyed India with reckless inflation and devastated it with plunder and murder until the inhabitants fled to the forest. Sultan al-Din killed so many Hindus that, in the words of one Muslim historian, before his royal pavilion and civil court, there was always a heap of corpses. While the sweepers and executioners were exhausted by their work of the hardship of dragging the Hindu victims and executing them in crowds. A clear example of the destruction of Hindu and Buddhist cultures and their temples can be seen in the siege of Debel by the Arab Muslim invader Muhammad bin Qasim, who marched into India in a major military jihad campaign. In the later part of the siege of Debel, defectors told Muhammad how to capture the temple. After their information, the Arab Mujahideen placed their ladders on the walls of the Hindu castle and stormed it. When they captured Debel, the defeated Hindu citizens were invited to convert to Islam. Upon refusal, the males were slaughtered, and the Hindu women and children were taken into slavery and gang rape. The massacre continued for 3 days, looting, plundering, and raping. Their temple was demolished and replaced with a mosque. Muhammad left a garrison of 4,000 Muslim soldiers in the city. The spoils of conquest were divided first among the leadership and then the general Muslim soldiers, and this was repeated over and over again as the Islamic conquest continued. Since this was the pattern of all future sieges of Muhammad bin Qasim, as indeed of all future Muslim invaders of Hindustan, it was repeated. The inhabitants of the captured fort or a town were called upon to accept Islam or face death. India would face 3 major Islamic invasions over the centuries, beginning with the Arabs and continuing with the Seljuk Turks in the 11th century AD. Again and again, the same scenario was repeated, with those who converted to Islam being rescued and those who did not accept the religion of peace being slaughtered and enslaved. In any case, their temples were destroyed along with all the idols inside them, and the remains of the temple were used to build a mosque on the site of the previous temple. Subsequent Turkish and Mongol invasions would be even more brutal. The Seljuk Turks tribes Turkish tribe who converted to Islam were no less destructive to the largely Hindu and Buddhist population of India. Like the Arabs, the Turks made the same call to convert or die. Cornard Ellis, a Belgian historian, said the Muslim conquest down to the 16th century were for the Hindus a pure struggle of life and death. Entire cities were burned down and the population massacred, with hundreds of thousands killed in every campaign and similar numbers deported as slaves. Every new invader made, often literally, his hills of Hindu skulls as a contribution to research on the quantity of Islamic crimes against humanity. We may mention that the Indian subcontinent population decreased by 80 million between 1000 conquest of Afghanistan and 1525 end of Delhi Sultanate. Will Doran, an American historian, said the Islamic conquest of India is probably the bloodiest story in history. It is a discouraging tale, for it is evident moral is that civilization is a precious good whose delicate complex of order and freedom, culture and peace can at any moment be overthrown by barbarians invading from without or multiplying within. The contemporary Indian philosopher Swami Vivekananda said, think of what Muhammad did to the world and think of the great evil that has been done through his fanaticism. Think of the millions massacred through his teachings. Mothers bereft of their children made orphans, whole countries destroyed, millions upon millions of people killed. Their watchword is, there is no God but Allah, Muhammad is his prophet. Everything beyond that not only is bad, but must be destroyed forthwith at a moment's notice. Every man or woman who does not exactly believe in that must be killed. Everything that does not belong to this worship must be immediately broken. Every book that teaches anything else must be burned from the Pacific to the Atlantic. For 500 years, blood ran all over the world. That is Mohammedanism. Historians note that many Hindu women prefer suicide rather than sexual slavery. Whenever Hindu women and girls hear that the Hindu army had been defeated and that the Muslim Mujahideen invaders were on their way to plunder the city and rape them in gang rape, they would gather in the city square or the courtyard of a palace, collect fair wood and hay, set fire to them, and die to preserve their honor and loyalty to their Hindu men who were killed in defense of their religion, their honor, and their country. As we mentioned previously, Arabian Christian women and girls would jump from high mountains and kill themselves instead of sexual slavery and forced conversion to Islam. These narratives have proven to us that Islam is the deadliest religion in human history. No other religion in the entire history of humanity on planet Earth has even come closer to the scale of killing, rape, plundering, and occupation committed by the followers of that terrorist Arab religion. The Bible said about them, their feet are swift to shed blood, destruction and misery are on their way, and the path of peace they did not know. There is no fear of God before their eyes. Romans chapter 3, verse 15 to 17. Note that Islam is the newest religion among the major religions in the world. Judaism came 2,200 years before Islam, Hinduism 1,700 years ago, Buddhism 1,200 years ago, and Christianity 7 years ago. None of them has caused such murder, rape, enslavement, destruction, and misery in our world as Islam has done and continues to do every day and every minute through terrorist attacks and widespread civil and religious wars in Syria, Iraq, Libya, Tunisia, Yemen, Egypt, Lebanon, Israel, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, Nigeria, Somalia, and Sudan. Muslim terrorists, in the name of their God Allah, Allahu Akbar, and Jihad, are still killing and terrorizing innocent people in all countries of Europe, America, and other parts of the world. It all started at the hands of one tyrant possessed by the devil called Muhammad, and the scourge of Islam spread throughout the world like a plague. Muslim historians do not hide that Islam is spread by the sword. The Muslim Mujahideen killed millions of infidels, plundered their treasures, occupied their lands, enslaved their children, raped their women, and sold their women and children in slave markets. Historians estimated that Islamic invasion during the first 5 centuries of the spread of Islam in the world caused the deaths of 270 million people, including 80 million Hindus, 60 million Christians, and countless numbers of other non-Muslims. Muslims view Islamic conquest or invasion as acts of altruism and are referred to as al-Futuhat al-Islamiyah, which literally means Islamic invasions, meaning that the countries that were invaded and occupied were open for the light of Islam to enter their infidel inhabitants and guide them from the darkness of disbelief to the light of Islam and bring them out of the worship of idols and humans to the worship of Allah, the one and only God. Therefore, for Muslims, there is no reason to regret or apologize for those bloody invasions, as they are seen as good for those infidels who were defeated by the sword and converted to Islam by force. About the author of this article, Dr. A. Ahmed is an author and scholar. He holds 5 university degrees, BA, MA, and doctorate in philosophy and comparative studies of religion from India, and bachelor's and master's degrees in religious studies and philosophy from Canada. He was born and raised as a Muslim, but through his studies of philosophy and comparative studies of religions, he converted to Christianity. He has a unique writing style that can break through any religious, social, and cultural barriers and reveal the truth as it is. In addition, his books rely on an eyewitness because he witnessed it with his own eyes, the dire, difficult condition that Muslim women live in. He has written 25 books, but has so far published 10. He wrote his novels in English and translated them into Arabic. All of his books revolve around women's issues in Islamic societies and terrorism in Islam. His books are free to listen to on his pages on the YouTube website, and he narrates them in his voice.